Thank you. Next on our menu is a dance from central Malawi known as Mganda. Mganda is a social dance that is performed during social occasions like weddings, chieftaincy celebrations, and the like, and it's performed by all Mero. It's also some sister dances like Beni from southern Malawi and the Malipenga from northern Malawi. These dances are believed to have devised by the ex-servicemen who participated in the 2 Great World Wars. Okay, I'm told we are going to hold on as the deliberations are about to start. The dance troupe is still around. They will come at a later point in time. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon once again. We thought for the purposes of managing time, we should start now as we are still taking our meals. It's in order, I suppose so. Our guest of honor, Minister of Education, Honorable Agnes Nyalonje, the Secretary for Education, Mrs. Shikondano Musa, and all staff from the ministry, including the Directorate of Science, Technology, and Innovation here present, the Chairman of the Board of National Commission for Science and Technology, Professor Emmanuel Kaunda, who is also Vice Chancellor of Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, the Director General of National Commission for Science and Technology, Professor Elijah Wanda, and staff of NCST here present, the Executive Director of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, Dr. Canisius Kanangile, and all members of the AATF delegation here present, the Biosafety Registrar, Mrs. Lilian Chimpepo, the Director of the Department of Agricultural Research Services, Dr. Wilson Makumba, Mr. Vitumbiko Chinoko, Ofab Africa Project Manager, and all Ofab partners represented all over via Zoom. That includes Ms. Patricia Nanteza, who is the Africa Director for Alliance for Science, Dr. Jeremy Quadrago at AUDA NEPAD, Dr. Judith Chambers, who is the Director of Program for Biosafety Systems based in Washington at IFIPRI, Mr. Boniface Mkoko, who is the Coordinator of the Program for Biosafety Systems in Malawi, which is resident at the National Commission for Science and Technology, distinguished guests, all viewers all over the world who are following us on Zoom, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press should not be forgotten. Good afternoon. Welcome to this momentous occasion for the launch of the Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology Malawi chapter, Ofab Malawi chapter. In general, Ofab aims to enhance knowledge sharing and awareness on agricultural biotechnology that will raise understanding and appreciation of the technology and contribute to the building an enabling environment for informed decision making. We are aware that there are several countries who are already having Ofab chapter, but by the launch today of this chapter, Malawi will officially have her own Ofab chapter. so as to begin executing its own strategic activities. We have a number of deliverables items on the program for the launch. And so allow me, our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, not to have much ado, but to request the pleasure that we go straight into the program by inviting Professor Elijah Wanda, Director General of the National Commission for Science and Technology, to welcome the audience. Professor Wanda. Professor Wanda, you can take the podium over there. Thank you.
Our guest of honor, the Minister of Education, Honorable Agnes Nyalonje, the Secretary for Education, Mrs. Chikondano Musa, and other senior government officials here present, Dr. Wilson Makumba, who is the Director for Agriculture Research Services, representing the Minister of Agriculture, the Executive Director for the Africa Agricultural Technology Foundation, Dr. Canisius Kanangire, and the team from AATF and Ofab Secretariat in Kenya, the Director of Program for Biosafety Systems, Dr. Jude Chambers, the Chairperson of the National Commission for Science and Technology, Professor Emmanuel Kaunda, the Program Manager from Ofab, Mr. Vintumbiko Chindoko, the Biosafety Registrar, Mrs. Lillian Chimpepo, Directors, Chiefs, and staff from the National Commission for Science and Technology, distinguished scientists, and the entire biotechnology family in Malawi and beyond, including those that are following us online, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Our guests of honor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by saying that it's an honor for me to address this distinguished gathering, and I wish to thank our guest of honor, the Minister of Education, Honorable Agnes Nyalonje, AATF membership, and all senior government officials and scientists for gracing this important occasion. On behalf of the National Commission for Science and Technology and the entire Ofab membership in Malawi, I extend a very warm welcome to you all. Our guest of honor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today is a great day in the history of strides in the promotion of open dialogue on agriculture biotechnology in Malawi, as we launch the Open Forum on Agriculture Biotechnology Malawi chapter. The Open Forum on Agriculture Biotechnology Malawi chapter will, among others, bring together stakeholders in agriculture biotechnology, but also enable interactions between scientists, technologists, innovators, journalists, civil society organizations, the lawmakers and policymakers on all aspects of agriculture biotechnology. And it's our hope that together experts are expected to arrive at recommendations on the way forward with agriculture biotechnology in Malawi. Agriculture biotechnology is a vital tool which has the potential to contribute considerably to the country's aspirations of creating an inclusively wealthy and safe-land nation through implementation of both the MIP1 but also the MW 2063. And advances in agriculture biotechnology are reshaping agriculture and improving food security, among others, in ways that one can imagine. Nevertheless, agriculture biotechnology is a relatively misunderstood science, especially in Africa, but also in Malawi. As with most new ideas, cutting through the myths and misconceptions is a daunting but necessary task, which, if not handled well, can roll back any advantages that are inherent in the technology. And it is for this reason that the theme for the launch of the Ofab chapter in Malawi has been chosen to be agriculture biotechnology and an utilized tool for the creation of inclusively wealthy and self-reliant Malawi. Our guests of honor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore necessary to embrace the initiative so that we create open forum to dialogue on the many issues that surround agriculture biotechnology. It is known that many developed countries, they thrive on biotechnology products. Malawi government approved the National Biotechnology and Biosafety Policy in 2008, but also enacted the Biosafety Act in 2002 and the Science and Technology Act in 2003. But we have also made some strides which have led to commercialization of the BT cotton. But the government has also allowed field and confined trials for other biotechnology-related crops like the BT cowpea, the VR banana, VR maize, among others, which is a clear indication of the government's support for the agricultural biotechnology and science as a whole. Our guests of honor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the face of rapidly growing population, declining agricultural productivity, climate change, and reduced resources available for agricultural research, policymakers are pressed to make the right decisions and are looking for guidance. And it is our hope as the National Commission for Science and Technology that the Open Forum on Agriculture Biotechnology Malawi chapter, and with guidance of the National Commission for Science and Technology, Malawi will be able to facilitate constructive conversations among stakeholders and decision makers on agriculture biotechnology so as we are able to utilize agriculture biotechnology as one of the key enablers in attainment of the MIP1, but also the MW 2063 through the agricultural productivity and commercialization pillar. Our guests of honor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Commission is committed to provide the much needed convening power within our mandate of advising the government and other stakeholders on all science technology matters in order to achieve science, technology, and innovation-led development, while ensuring that the smallholder farmers out there, they benefit from access to products of biotechnology for better crop protection, increased yields, improved human health, but also environmental protection. With these few remarks, I once again welcome you all and wish you all the best as we launch the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology in Malawi. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Director General Professor Elijah Wanda. The National Commission for Science and Technology remains committed to the achievement of its mandate. That's a mantra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me take the pleasure of inviting Professor Emmanuel Kaunda, who is the board chairperson of the Board of Commissioners of the National Commission for Science and Technology. Professor Kaunda.
Our guest of honor, Minister of Education, Honorable Agnes Nyaronje, the Secretary for Education, Mrs. Chikondano Musa, and all staff members from the Ministry of Education, Director of Agriculture Research Services in the Ministry of Agriculture, who is representing the Minister of Agriculture, the Director General for the National Commission for Science and Technology, Professor Elijah Wanda, and all the staff members from the Commission here present, Executive Director, Africa Agriculture Technology Foundation, ATF, Dr. Cancius Kanangire, Mr. Vindubiko Chinoko, Ofab Africa Project Manager, and all Ofab officials, all Principal Secretaries and other senior government officials here present, all senior executives from the private sector here present, members of the press, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the commissioners for the National Commission for Science and Technology, and of course on my own behalf, the Secretariat and the Organizing Committee, I would like to welcome you, our guest of honor, to the official launch of the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology, Ofab, Malawi chapter, that is happening today at Bingu International Convention Center. The theme is very captivating, and the theme is agricultural biotechnology, an underutilized tool for creation of inclusive, wealthy, and self-reliant Malawi. Particularly, Honorable Minister, I would like to extend my warm welcome and gratitude to you for accepting to come and presenting yourself physically to this launch, Honorable Minister. We know how busy you are, got very busy schedules, and we do not take your presence for granted. It all shows what is in your heart related to science technology in this country. You are most welcome, Madam, and we as the Commission really appreciate the entire support and commitment that your office renders to us in many ways, things that you are driving within the Commission. We don't take it for granted. Madam, we thank you very much. Let's give her a hand of applause. Honorable Minister, allow me to begin by giving a brief background to the Commission, particularly for our colleagues who might be coming from outside, and of Ofab. The National Commission for Science Technology is a science granting council in Malawi and a fully subvented parastatal organization, which was established in 2010 under the Science and Technology Act number 16, 2003. The mandate for NCST is to advise government and other stakeholders on science and technology matters in order to achieve a science and technology-led development. On the other hand, Ofab, Malawi, will create a forum that will bring together stakeholders in biotechnology and will enable interactions between scientists, journalists, civil society, lawmakers, and policymakers, as well as private sector. Honorable Minister, since the advent of biotechnology in Malawi, we think that why we have not made huge mileage in biotechnology is because of the disjoint nature of this sector, which we have seen. So private sector, on the other hand, not really relating to research scientists, not really relating to farmers. Everything has been a bit disjointed. And therefore, why we think that Ofab is timely and appropriate for the country, because it will enhance interaction, it will enhance debate, it will enhance removal of suspicion, and we think that this is time now to see another chapter of biotechnology in the country. We do hope that their interaction is expected to arrive at recommendations on the way forward with technology as a country, as it embarks to turn into a scientific and technologically led income economy by 2063. Guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, Malawi is one of the countries that have so long regarded STI, science, technology, and innovation, as an important contributor to economic growth. As you may be all aware, Malawi now has this Vision 2063, which looks to elevate Malawi to an inclusively wealth and self-reliant nation by 2063. The vision outlines 3 pillars and 7 enablers that will help us to achieve the vision. The priorities being agriculture, commercialization, industrialization, and urbanization. We all are aware, particularly us from Malawi, that agriculture sector is the mainstay of the economy in Malawi. However, the sector faces challenges as it focuses on its fulfillment to fulfill the Vision 2063. So Malawi, like many countries in Africa, plan to eradicate hunger, poverty, and disease, and focuses to fulfilling this vision. Now, efforts of government to meet these development goals have further been challenged and limited by aspects like land availability, declining soil fertility, inferior varieties of seeds, and high incidences of pests and diseases, unpredictable weather patterns, and many other challenges. Many people agree that solutions to these challenges can be addressed with not only one approach, but with multiple approaches that integrate the best of the conventional methods as well as other relevant technologies, one of which is modern biotechnology. So that's why this launch is very critical for Malawi. It's going to advance where we're coming from and accelerate our engagement in biotechnology issues. Malawi has made significant strides to adopt modern technology. It has put in place necessary legal policy instruments to guide development and use of biotechnology. And your guest of honor, you might wish to know that out of many countries in Africa, Malawi was the first to embrace these policy instruments and regulatory frameworks. The Malawi Cabinet approved Malawi's National Biotechnology and Biosafety Policy in 2008, and Malawi Parliament enacted a Biosafety Act as far way back as 2002, and the Science and Technology Act in 2003, to ensure safe and responsible application of the technology. These instruments provide a framework for effective implementation of biotechnology programs and activities in line with Vision 2063. However, despite the inaction very early, 2 decades ago, biotechnology is still new to many people and not well understood. Furthermore, as we all are aware, scientists are also not good communicators. We are good at science, but we don't communicate well. When communicating, we usually use jargons, which average Malawian farmers cannot comprehend. This creates information gap between scientists and the farmer who use the technology. Now, the establishment of Ofab Malawi chapter, with their communication skills, will help to communicate effectively and close this information gap around agricultural biotechnology. Biotechnology needs consistent information sharing platform so that stakeholders can understand the technology and consequently choose innovations based on science amid negative propaganda and misinformation that surrounds this technology. Now, to my colleagues, the scientists, researchers, policymakers, and other stakeholders, I urge you to take full advantage of this platform to share scientific knowledge, clear misconceptions, and identify critical recommendations that constructively inform policy formulation, intervention, and practices that, if applied, could spur economic growth. We do not want discussion after discussion without tangible results. I think we're tired of that now. When there are myriad of challenges and that affecting the livelihoods of farmers, we want action. We live in a competitive world which will not wait for us to conduct our endless discussion. It's time which we want to have action, and we very much appreciate this Ofab and the coming of Ofab. To my colleagues in National Commission for Science and Technology, I wish to congratulate you for establishment of this chapter. I think you use this chapter to privilege more information flow, dissemination to the farmers, to the policymakers about many issues that relate to science technology and in particular to biotechnology. Guest of honor and ladies and gentlemen, I really want to thank you for your attention. God bless you all.
Let's give Professor Emmanuel Kaunda, Board Chairperson of the National Commission for Science and Technology, another round of applause. Very loud and clear, calling upon all the scientists to take advantage of Ofab. And not only just to take advantage for the sake of advantage, but he took us again to the context of the Malawi 2063, in which he emphasized the role of biotechnology in realizing one of the very pivotal enablers, agriculture and industrialization. And therefore, the role of Ofab cannot be overemphasized in realizing the Vision 2063. Thank you, Professor Kaunda. At this juncture, now I would like to call upon none other than the Executive Director of AATF. This is African Agricultural Technology Foundation, Dr. Canisius Kanangire. Let's give Dr. Kanangire, a round of applause as he takes the podium, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. The guest of honor, Minister of Education, Honorable Agnes Nyalonje, the Secretary of Education, Madam Chikundano Musa, the Minister of Agriculture and Natural Resources, Honorable Robin Lowe, represented here by Mr. Wilson Makumba, Director of Agriculture Research System in Malawi, the Vice Chancellor, Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, and Board Chair of the National Commission for Science and Technology, Professor Emmanuel Kaunda, the Director General, National Commission for Science and Technology, Professor Elijah Wanda, Directors General, Executive Secretaries, Implementing Partners, the representative of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Brandley Browning, representatives of other development partners, members of the academia, and scientific community at large, members of the private sector, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On 27th day of June 2014, history was made in the African continent when the head of state and government made a monumental declaration during the third ordinary session of the African Union Assembly in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. The famous Malabo Declaration set out a clear path on accelerated agricultural growth on the continent, while affirming the comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, CADEP, that had been initiated 10 years earlier in Maputo. This was a clarion call for the continent to move in one union, in one accord towards enhancing public investment in agriculture, ending hunger in Africa by 2025, halving poverty by 2025 through inclusive agricultural growth and transformation, among other strategies which were then stated by the head of states and government. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are privileged. We are privileged people to be here to witness the launch of Ofab in Malawi, but also to recall all those steps and renew our commitment to get back to the path which was then designed by the head of state and government towards strengthening agriculture. We are privileged, firstly, because Malawi happens to be one of the countries that has been consistently on track to meet the Malabo and CADEP targets. Secondly, we are privileged because for a long time Malawi stood out among leading African countries with regard to setting systems in place for management of the utilization of science, technology, and innovation, with those policies and regulatory frameworks which were put in place here and which we are struggling today to develop in other many countries in Africa. Thirdly, We are privileged because there has been a cordial working relationship between the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, that I'm privileged to lead, and the government of Malawi through its ministries, especially Ministry of Education, having science and technology and innovation under their portfolio, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources, but also working with different agencies and departments, including the NCST, the DARS, and the Total Land Care TLC, who are our very, very close partners. As we take note of the commitment of the government of Malawi towards enhancing agricultural productivity and decisively dealing with the challenges of poverty and food security, we must recognize that it takes courage to be bold enough to lead in controversial subjects such as biotechnology in Africa. Those who spoke before me said the many challenges, a lot of misinformation, a lot of fear which surround this area of biotechnology. And Malawi took that and moved forward. We congratulate Malawi for giving other African countries opportunities to learn from their experiences. And you recall a number of visitors came here to learn from your BT cotton experiences especially. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, AATF is committed to tackling poverty and food insecurity through technological interventions. Since its inception in 2003, AATF has facilitated access to technologies worth over $400 million for use by over 10 million farmers in Africa, ranging from better seeds, digital tools, and agricultural mechanization solutions. Through our interventions in key value chains such as maize, cassava, cowpea, and rice, we have facilitated farmers access to better tools and seeds across 23 countries while improving their agricultural practices for better performance. This has resulted in very encouraging results. First, for the seed-based technologies of the key crops, we have recorded increased yield for between 100 to 300% across several crops, in addition to better quality products. Secondly, on utilization of mechanization, we have realized yield increases in cassava production of over 200%, from 9 metric tons per hectare to over 30 metric tons per hectare, in addition to farmers saving time by over 90%. Thirdly, we believe access to markets is key in the productivity enhancement strategy. We have seen improved earnings and better livelihoods for our farmers once they had very good access to the market. An example is the increase in income by cassava farmers using mechanization from $700 per hectare to over $2,500 per hectare due to enhanced quality of the tubers. A lot of successes. When I was discussing with Cuton, they also talked about some very good stories, some successes with adoption of technology. When I was discussing with the Cotton Council, again, we heard very good stories. Biotechnology can enhance productivity and improve the livelihoods of the farmers as well as their economy. However, despite these achievements by the various governments on the continent, working with AATF and its partners, there is still a long and difficult journey ahead if we must meet the Malabo targets in the next 3 years. This calls for accelerated use of pro-growth and productivity-enhancing technologies and tools that can help to spur growth and prosperity among our farmers. There is a call, and a great call, for renewed commitment from Malabo to today, 3 years to the timeline the head of state have given us in 2014. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it is for this commitment that we are gathered here today at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Malawi chapter of the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology, Ofab. This launch is timely as Malawi sustains its efforts along the path towards commercialization of products emanating from agricultural biotechnology. Biotechnology is one tool that has not been widely used in Africa, despite having demonstrated transformative impact in many parts of the world where it has been utilized. Research indicates that farmers who adopted BT cotton in India managed to avert crop damage and decrease the use of highly hazardous chemical pesticide by over 80%. We also note that biotechnology greatly revolutionized the agricultural sector in Latin America, particularly in Argentina. Closer home, on our continent, BT cotton had delivered great results in South Africa, in Sudan, in Malawi here, in Nigeria, and in Kenya. Further, a drought-tolerant maize with insect resistance threats that can help farmers avert total crop failure in the event of reduced rainfall amount and attack by destructive pests such as the maize stalk borer and fall armyworm has been commercialized in South Africa with yield improvement of up to 60%. The maize known as Stella maize, developed by AATF and its many partners, also received environmental release in Nigeria at the end of last year, 2021, and we await taking the products to the market soon. We have also witnessed the commercialization of the first genetically modified cowpea in the world, the Maruka podbora resistant cowpea, that is now in the hands of the farmers in Nigeria. The BT cowpea is also a product of a partnership led by AATF. Ladies and gentlemen, advancing biotechnology on the continent and here in Malawi specifically calls for a mechanism that will ensure factual and accurate information gathering and sharing. Through Ofab, AATF has successfully facilitated quality engagements and conversations on the modern biotechnology, providing a platform to discuss matters of safety and benefit with critical stakeholders such as policy and decision makers, regulators, extension service providers, the media, the consumers, and the farmers. This Ofab we are launching today was founded in 2006, and it has provided an open platform for information sharing and ensured candid leadership in agriculture, biotechnology, communication, and advocacy that has contributed to creating an enabling environment for biotechnology advances that are reshaping agriculture and improving food security in key economies here in Africa and elsewhere. With the launch of the Malawi chapter today, Ofab will have presence in 10 countries in Africa, and these include Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Mozambique, Nigeria, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda. Guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, I conclude with a great hope and expectation. The hope is that what we will witness here today will greatly advance the quest for advancement of biotechnology in Malawi and remove the barriers that keep us from helping our smallholder farmers to lift themselves from poverty. My expectation is that through our adoption and use of appropriate agricultural biotechnologies and technologies at large, we will make of Africa a continent free of hunger, a continent which is food and nutrition secure, and a continent which is prosperous. On our part as AATF, we commit to working closely with all the relevant government ministries, departments, agencies, and the private sector in this country to contribute to the direction that the government will choose to take in transforming its agricultural sector. I want to thank you again, Honorable Minister and guest of honor, to thank you, our partners, to thank you very much, our development partners, for the financial and technical support without which we would not have been able to count those achievements and dream of more steps to make forward as we strive to transform agriculture and make our smallholder farmers prosperous and lift themselves from poverty. I thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kanangiri, for a very stimulating speech. I do not need to repeat, it was loud and clear, but something just came out that I cannot miss it. By adoption of appropriate technologies, we can make Africa free from hunger. I think that's a mantra. Pursuing the Malabo Declaration on Agricultural Productivity to combat hunger and poverty. We can't do without that if Ofab Malawi, joining other chapters, cannot be launched today. Thank you so much, Dr. Kanangiri. Next, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, we have an item which is a set of remarks to be delivered through a video, but this is from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Could we have a video on, please?
Greetings from halfway around the world. I send my regrets in missing this historic day in Lilongwe, where you have gathered to celebrate the launch of the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology in Malawi. As a partner and an investor in AATF and the Ofab platform with chapters in West Africa, East Africa, and now a growing presence in Southern Africa, it is my pleasure to contribute these short remarks. I want to acknowledge our distinguished guests and leaders from the government of Malawi, including the Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Secretary of Education, and the Director General and Board Chair of the National Commission for Science and Technology. I commend your leadership in hosting the newest Ofab chapter and its mission to foster awareness and understanding of agricultural biotechnology, the tools of which can be leveraged to help small-scale producers adapt to climate change, manage risks due to pests and disease, and contribute to greater prosperity and food security. New technologies and innovations often come with valid questions from a range of stakeholders, and Ofab Malawi will help foster dialogue rooted in science and best practice. It's important to note Government of Malawi's commitment to a strong biosafety framework and its leadership in approving insect-resistant cotton. With thanks to the scientific and academic community in Malawi, in particular its many plant breeders, encouraging progress is being made on a range of traits for banana, cowpea, and maize. Indeed, new technologies and innovation are one among many pathways that can help Malawi achieve its Vision 2063 of an inclusively wealthy and self-reliant nation. We wish you well on that journey and the contribution that Ofab will surely make in its realization. I also want to thank the Executive Director of AATF and his team for the Ofab platform and all partner organizations and chapter leads. My appreciation to the Planning Committee for this excellent gathering. And finally, congratulations and best wishes to the Ofab Malawi chapter.
I know, Mr. Blantyre Browning, you may be hearing us, you may be seeing us from there. We thank you so much for that wonderful set of remarks. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we'll have a presentation from Mr. Vitumbiko Shinoko, who is the Ofab Africa Project Manager. Mr. Shinoko, please. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes, please.
Honorable Minister, Minister of Education, Honorable Agnes Nyalonje, Minister of Education, the Principal Secretary from the Ministry of Education, Madam Chikondano Musa, the Director of Agricultural Research Services, Dr. Wilkins Makumba, the Chairperson of the National Commission on Science and Technology, the Director General, Professor Elijah Wanda of also the National Commission on Science and Technology, and also allow me to recognize the media and all other protocols observed. I wish to use this moment to just quickly go through what Ofab is, so that we know what we are launching today. As said, Ofab is actually a project of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, which was established in 2002 with a belief that technology can make a difference in the lives of farmers, and particularly the smallholder farmers who are very critical in our farming systems in Africa. In the current strategy, which is 2018 to 2022, we do have three objectives. One is to diversify agriculture technologies for use by smallholder farmers, to accelerate commercialization of agriculture biotechnologies in all the countries where we are, but also to assist and help in the creation of the enabling environment for the uptake and use of agriculture biotechnology. It's also important to note that public-private partnerships is our working model, and there is a reason for that because we believe partnerships is what can bring a difference in our work. In terms of the history, I think it's important to note that to echo the sentiments that agriculture biotechnology has actually suffered a lot of unfair treatment in the space. And we note that there's quite a lot that goes into farmers adopting technologies. If a farmer, for example, perceives that there's a risk of some kind, that would actually be a deterrent for them to adopt a technology. And we've seen that in the space of agriculture biotechnology. We've noted again that trust building is extremely important if farmers have to adopt these agriculture biotechnologies that we are putting out there. But we've also noted again the fact that the reason why agriculture biotechnology has suffered negative and adverse perception is because the space out there has actually been taken up by the antis. They have taken up the space and have gained the attention of the policymakers and also the people on the ground, to the extent that it is very difficult for scientists to be able to go out there and say that this technology is going to make a difference. Therefore, we have Ofab coming in to ensure that we, one, close that gap between policymakers who are supposed to pick up these technologies and integrate them into their national development planning processes. We have scientists on the ground who are researching, and then on the other hand, we have farmers who are waiting eagerly to be able to adopt these technologies. So Ofab exists to ensure that we have a dialogue which closes the gap between these three actors. So our aim as Ofab is really to enhance the understanding on agriculture biotechnology and contribute to the enabling environment. So we've been able to accompany different actors in different governments in different countries in their development of the enabling environment through policies and laws, and also creating an environment where implementation of the same is not difficult. It started in 2006, as I said, and it started as a very humble meetings, lunch hour meetings, where scientists, media, and anyone who was interested, they would come and discuss over a topic on agriculture biotechnology, and then they would ask all different questions that are pertaining to that topic. And it has grown from those humble beginnings to where we are now, as the executive director of ATF was saying, that we're now in 10 countries, and Malawi is that 10th country. So those are the countries where we are, and just to mention that Uganda, Malawi, and Mozambique are the latest countries into the Ofab family, and for quite some time, I think we've been in only 7 countries. So in this strategy 2029 to 2024, which is the Ofab strategy currently in place, we do have 3 objectives. As you can see, one is to ensure that we have policy change in those countries where we don't have policies, but also incentivize policy implementation in those countries where you do have policies, but it is the lack of implementation that is a problem. And then the last objective is around information sharing and knowledge management. I wish to mention, Honorable Minister, that in all our countries, our mode of work is to ensure that all our programming is country-based. So what Ofab is going to do in this respect is that it's going to be bringing all different actors in Malawi, be able to define what are the issues pertaining to agriculture biotechnology, and those are going to be the focus of the work of Ofab in Malawi. So the country-based mode of working is extremely critical, not just to the success of Ofab, but also to the sustainability of the agenda around agriculture biotechnology. That is our theory of change, but I wish to mention, Honorable Minister and colleagues, that yes, we are a platform convening all these dialogues, but our aim, if you look towards the end, is to ensure that that farmer on the ground is able to have the resilience that he or she is supposed to have, in face of all the stresses that they're facing, be it because of climate change or pest and any other stresses that they face. So our focus is really that at the end of the day, that farmer sees a difference in the way they're doing, he or she is doing his or her farming. What we bring on board, so we bring on board capacity building, and this comes in different forms. It can come in form of seeing is believing, where we can take policymakers to different countries where things are working, so that it does help in terms of addressing some of the fears. It comes through communication and knowledge management, so we can help in terms of how do you want to communicate agriculture biotechnology out there, because most of it is actually lost in communication. So how do you communicate in a manner that you're able to attract audience, but more importantly, to influence policy. But again, we are also able to accompany governments in terms of ensuring that the enabling environment is conducive to agriculture biotechnology, and we do that with the country structures that we'll be working with. So those are the countries where we are, and just to mention that I think we've been able to register some very critical successes, starting from Ethiopia, where we've been able to support on the amendment on strict liability clause. In Kenya, we've been very critical in ensuring commercialization of BT cotton, BT cassava, and also the development of gene editing guidelines. In Uganda, the passing of the biosafety bill, and also now we're advocating for the assenting of the bill. In Tanzania, we've been able to see the national environment policy committing to reviewing the biosafety guidelines by 2022. In Nigeria, as the ED has mentioned, I think the most successful country so far, we've seen several products on the market in addition to having a national biosafety law. In Ghana, we've contributed to supporting the enablement of the biosafety legislation. In Burkina Faso, we've been able to get the leadership into agriculture biotechnology, and also we're seeing several other, especially in Burkina Faso, we've seen the leadership coming through, especially at parliamentary level, where we have a parliamentary group on agriculture biotechnology. All that has been the work of Ofab, and we don't know what shape it's going to take for Malawi, but those are some of the things that we've been able to do in other countries. So what are our prospects? What are we looking to do going forward? We really want to expand. In this first quarter, we've been able to see expansion to Mozambique, Malawi, and in the last quarter last year, we launched in Rwanda. But we really think that we need to conquer Africa. As you can see, we're on in 10 countries. So maybe next time we're here, we should be talking of more countries. So that is one of our ambitions going forward. We also want to ensure that we convene high-level policy dialogues to be able to profile agriculture biotechnology in our African systems, our food systems. We also want to support the processes that different governments and planning commissions are doing in integrating STI in national development processes for sustainability, but also hope that we can get the highest cadre in Africa who are going to be agriculture biotechnology champions and ambassadors for sustainability, but also for advocacy. Lastly, but not least indeed, we also hope that Ofab can grow into the Africa's biggest think tank when it comes to knowledge management on agriculture biotechnology. So anything agriculture biotechnology, we hope that we can grow to that level where the world or Africa can actually be looking into us. We do have, as I said, that partnerships is very important. Those are some of our partners that we're working with. From now onwards, after we've launched Malawi, we'll add NST into that. But just to mention that partnerships is our work model, and we believe that we cannot do this on our own, and those are some of our partners coming at different levels of engagement. Honorable Minister, this was a short presentation I thought I would share with you and the rest of the participants this afternoon with the sole purpose of just letting people know what Ofab is all about. I thank you.
Let's give Mr. Shinoko another round of applause, please. Very loud and clear. And the name sounds like a name of one of us, of the soil of Malawi. Well, we will have a conversation later on. But Honorable Minister, guest of honor, the prospects of Ofab are very, very clear. But one thing in the politics of aid and support, at least I've heard it somewhere, is that which hinges on the implementation of the program. And when I heard Mr. Chinoko saying the model of operation in any of these countries is basing on what the specific country needs, rather demand-driven, which is very, very key indeed. And therefore, it's a challenge to us as Malawi that we need to do something. We shall develop our needs based on our problems. Thank you so much for that. Honorable Minister, let me just have your request that we recognize some senior colleagues in the room, and we have the Managing Director of QTON, Mr. John Lungo. We also have Honorable Minister, Mr. Cosmas Luanda, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Cotton Council of Malawi. But we have also representation from the National Planning Commission, which is being represented by Dr. Kagoli. I'll be announcing other colleagues in the room as we get along. Honorable Minister, we have made a slight amendment to the program so that we take cognizance of some of the aspects that have come to play, and therefore we'll go straight to a presentation that will be done by Professor James Bokosi, and this will be the state of agricultural biotechnology research in Malawi, challenges and opportunities. Professor Bokosi. Let's give him a round of applause.
What has happened? I would like to recognize the presence of Minister of Education and also the representative for Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Makumba, the presence of the Executive Director of AATF, the representative of Ofab, the Chair of NCST, Professor Kawunda, who is also the Vice Chancellor of Rwanda, where I work, the Director General of NSCT, and all the others that are here today. I don't know, the lights have gone off, so I don't know whether we can be able to see the slides. What should we do?
We have a little bit of systems failure, so we'll make the Prof just a little bit stand, but at the same time reflect on what we have heard so far. But Prof, knowing him very well, he will take us in. What should we reflect on, Prof? As we wait the system to take us up.
Oh, wow. I was concentrating on my slides, so I think later on, probably when we go to panel discussions, some of those issues will come out. But anyway, one thing that I've taken from the things that have been talked about before me are that Malawi as a country has advanced in agricultural biotechnology because of the presence of an enabling environment. I think that's key that okay. All right, I'm told I can just go through the slides. I wanted the first slide to show the background to the country of Malawi. I think we all know that if you have no challenges or if you have no problem, there's no need to fix anything. So I think the slide I wanted to show gives us the outlook of some of the issues that Malawi is grappling with. Okay, one of it is okay, I think this is also eating in my time, so I'll try to quickly go through this. The population is very high, 17 million for a small country. That means that we have a lot of people to feed, and agriculture is the key sector that has to produce that food. The other challenges we have in Malawi are climate change challenges and low agricultural productivity. So this is the background from where we're coming from. I will skip this because I wanted to talk about the definition of agrobiotechnology, but I think I will skip that. It's not moving. Okay. In terms of research institutions, we have various research institutions that are in the universities, in DAS, that's a direct Department of Agricultural Research, and also we have international research organizations, many of who are based in Giteze, that are also conducting research in agricultural biotechnology. And you'll be surprised that our industry also do practice agricultural biotechnology, especially the brewing industry, the milk industry, and others. In terms of facilitation, the MDAs, that's the ministries, departments, and agencies, are responsible for facilitating agricultural biotechnology. I've put NSCT at the top because that's one of the institution that really is pioneering that. Okay, I will skip this, just showing that we need a lot of research facilities for agricultural biotechnology. This is the slide of showing that. Wow. Okay. One of the issues that has attracted attention in Malawi is the use of BT cotton. This is a slide showing how much damage the BT bollworm that has on the cotton. This is the reason why this is one of the traits that was selected for biotechnology. This is just showing the trial that was done at Bunda, the first GM trial. Okay. Other trials were conducted in bananas, looking at bunch top disease, which has devastated the banana industry in the country. And the other trials have been done on cowpea pod borer, which also causes extensive damage in cowpeas. Now, coming to the actual status, Malawi has been successful in a way in releasing cotton variety that is protected from insects, and the 4 varieties actually were released in or registered in 2019. The other experiments were only under confinement, and that is BT, cowpea, as well as virus-resistant banana and plantain. Now, we have some challenges. What are these challenges? Financial resources are always a challenge because biotech requires a heavy infrastructure, building capacity, as well as training. So resources are limiting in that we have built capacity, all right, but it's still not as high as we would have wished it to be. The other challenge is awareness and communication. I'm glad that Ofab deals with this because there have been a lot of misinformation, miscommunication. This has slowed the progress of adoption of biotech in Malawi. So we need to deal with that. Another challenge is disjointed and weak linkages. I think this has also been pointed out earlier. We need to work as a team. All stakeholders are supposed to contribute to this process. It so happens that so far, these linkages are very weak and sometimes disjointed. That's a challenge. The other challenge, not necessarily for Malawi, but overall, is political environment. I think Ofab will agree with me that the countries differ in the way they are moving towards adoption of biotechnology. At least Malawi has adopted one, and the idea is that if you don't have consistent political environment or political will, these challenges can be intense. Opportunities, I think it has been pointed out earlier that Malawi is fortunate to have been the first among the African countries to have developed a legal policies and the regulatory environment. I think as a matter of history, this was necessitated by the hunger of 2002. Malawi actually was facing a hunger crisis, and the country had to do something about importing of food. And one of the issues that came out was that the GM food was available elsewhere. And the question was, how do we deal with this? We don't have the mechanism to regulate this. So at that time, some of us, I think the minister was Alege Band at that time. Dr. Malindi was the principal secretary of agriculture, and there was also Mr. Kurumula of Malawi Bureau of Standards. That flew to Mozambique to deal with this issue. So that's just a background that from a crisis, we were able to wake up and deal with the issues of biotechnology. Oh, it's gone, okay. Now, another challenge what we have is, as I said, awareness and communication issues. And I'm glad that the Ofab is the best institution that can deal and help us on this. The issue of resources is a challenge, but we feel that the public-private partnership model can be utilized to reduce that challenge. I know resources are always a problem, but if we have linkages of the public-private sector, we can be able to move forward on this challenge. I had a slide, of course, that I wanted to go on conclusion, but I will talk about it. The conclusion in my presentation is one, that Malawi is fortunate that it has a framework that it's creating a good environment for biotechnology. So that's one key thing that we have. I've already talked about the technology that was tested, which is BT cotton. This one has also been released and farmers can access it. And from what I hear, Cotton Council of Malawi is saying that farmers are already benefiting from this technology. The other conclusion is that in terms of opportunities, there are big opportunities that are there for Malawi to adopt biotechnology. In fact, Africa is probably one of the regions that has the fastest number of countries adopting this technology. And Malawi, although we started early, we've been lagging behind. So opportunities exist. Challenges are also there, but they are not unsurmountable. In other words, if we can work on them, we can be able to surmount them. Above all, I think I want to conclude that agricultural biotechnology can really contribute significantly to the socio-economic development of our nation, Malawi. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Prof. Let's give him another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, he is a scientist who has taken us through the opportunities and challenges that he has experienced, his fellow scientists have experienced, and therefore we are seeing the space of Ofab chapter in Malawi to make an intervention in those challenges. As spoken at ably by Mr. Shinoga, but not only him, but also the Executive Director of AATF. Here is our landscape, and therefore we continue looking forward to see how best Ofab Malawi chapter will be strengthened sustainably so. Honorable Minister, at this juncture, we have the Ministry of Agriculture, which is going to speak to us on opportunities in agricultural biotechnology in the socio-economic development in Malawi. And this keynote address is going to be delivered by the Director of Agricultural Research Services, Dr. Wilson Makumba, representing the Minister of Agriculture. Dr. Makumba, please. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes forward, taking the podium.
Thanks, Masters of Ceremony, the guest of honor, the Minister of Education, Honorable Agnes Nyalonje, the Principal Secretary of Education, Mrs. Chikondano Musa, the Executive Director of the African Agriculture Technology Foundation, Dr. Consus Kanangiri, and the team from Ofab Secretariat and Kenya. The chairperson of the National Commission for Science and Technology, Professor Emmanuel Kaunda, who is also in his capacity as the Vice Chancellor of Luana. The Director General of the National Commission for Science and Technology, Professor Elijah Wanda, distinguished scientists, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here to present this keynote address on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, who was invited to be here, but unfortunately, because of other equally pressing engagement, he has not been able to make it. I therefore would like to extend his apology, the guest of honor. Indeed, we are delighted and deeply honored in the Ministry of Agriculture that we have been invited to give this keynote address at this function, launching of the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology Ofab Malawi chapter. I find the invitation to be irresistible, looking at the many opportunities the technology will bring in solving the challenges the agriculture sector is facing. I am therefore fully committed to the adoption of biotechnology and the ideals of Ofab in complementing a government's efforts in enhancing public understanding in agricultural biotechnology in the country. We all know that Malawi is an agro-based economy, and indeed the previous speaker, Professor Bokosi, has actually given us the statistics of which the agriculture is contributing to the economy. Allow me not to repeat the same. However, the sector continues to face a number of challenges, among which are low crop production and productivity, food insecurity, nutrition insecurity, environmental degradation, biotic constraints, and abiotic constraints. These challenges can be addressed by a number of tools, and among them is biotechnology. Malawi has used many products of traditional biotechnology since immemorial. These include plant varieties and animal breeds in subsistence and commercial agriculture, vaccines for human health, bread and beer that utilize yeast, compost manure and cheese which utilize bacteria. However, the country has not yet fully benefited from recent advances in modern technology which utilizes genes instead of the whole organisms. Since the first products of the modern biotechnology appeared on the market in 1996, the world has witnessed tremendous advances in agriculture, health, environment, industry, and trade. In the agriculture sector, for instance, it has helped the increased crop yields through improved pest and disease control, more effective use of fertilizers, more tolerance to drought, production of pathogen-free and clean seeds, and planting materials. Shortened breeding cycles of crops, reduction of use of chemical pesticides, and improved product quality. In the health sector, it has been used for biofortification, nutritional therapy, vaccines, drugs, and diagnostic kits for a number of important diseases. In the area of environment, it has made it possible to clean up hazardous waste and polluted groundwater by harnessing oil pollution-eating microbes. Agricultural biotechnology is among the fastest growing technologies. According to the International Service for the Acquisition of Agribiotech Applications report of 2018, a total of 70 countries adopted biotech crops through cultivation and importation. In 2019, a total of 29 countries planted biotechnology crops globally. Africa doubled the number of biotech countries from 3 to 6, an initial list of biotech chapters in 2018. Biotech adopters in 2018, including South Africa, Sudan, and Eswatini. And additional 3 countries, namely Malawi, Ethiopia, and Nigeria, decided to harness the benefits of biotech crops in 2019. In total, 190.4 million hectares of biotech crops were grown in 29 countries in 2019, contributing significantly to food security, sustainability, climate change mitigation, and upliftment in the lives of up to 17 million biotech farmers and their families worldwide. Once adopted biotechnology, will go a long way towards offering sustainable solutions to the country's major problems of food insecurity, poor health and nutrition, low industrial output, poverty, and environmental degradation. Malawi government recognizes the pivotal role biotechnology can play towards economic growth and wealth creation. Biotechnology will facilitate Malawi's speedy attainment of capacity to be food secure, create wealth for the nation, and achieve socioeconomic development as stipulated in the Malawi Growth and Development Strategy, MGDS, and Malawi 2063. Science and biotechnology in general, and biotechnology in particular, have an integral role to play towards transforming the country from being a predominantly importing and consuming economy to a predominantly producing and exporting economy. It is therefore necessary that Malawi should reposition itself to reap maximum benefits from the emerging technology. Fortunately, Malawi set up an enabling framework to promote and regulate the development, acquisition, and dissemination of relevant technologies through the National Biotechnology and Biosafety Policy in order to fulfill the needs of Malawi and provide a springboard for development in the agriculture, nutrition, health, environment, industry, and trade sectors. It creates a conducive environment which allows biotechnology research, development, and business to flourish. It also provides a biosafety regulatory framework to ensure that new biotechnology products or services do not threaten the environment and human health or undermine ethics, human rights, and international trade. Additionally, Malawi has the following opportunities to assist in harnessing the technology: human and infrastructure capacity, public-private partnership, PPP, and collaborative research projects. Development partners like Program for Biosafety Systems and African Agriculture Technology Foundation, AATF. Biotechnology advances are reshaping agriculture and improving food security, among other spheres. However, agricultural biotechnology is a relatively misunderstood science worldwide. As with most new ideas cutting through, the myth and misinformation is a daunting but necessary task, which, if not handled well, can roll back any advantages inherent in the technology. The Open Forum on Agriculture Biotechnology in Africa, Ofab, project facilitates constructive conversation among key stakeholders and decision makers on agricultural biotechnology. For both policymakers and the larger public, Ofab facilitates quality engagements and conversations on the safety and benefits of modern technology. Ofab, a project of AATF, is being implemented in a number of countries: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Nigeria, Ghana, Burkina Faso, and Ethiopia, with new entrants into the family like Rwanda, Mozambique, and now Malawi. The objectives include: establish and manage a range of platforms to enhance understanding of biotechnology in agriculture for productivity, contribute to informing policy decision-making processes on matters of agriculture biotechnology through the provision of factual, well-researched, and scientific information. Forge strategic alliances for optimization of resources through convening and engaging international networking and knowledge sharing in the agricultural biotechnology space. Enhance targeted capacity strengthening that will improve communication across all sectors interested in biotechnology for African agricultural development. Finally, guest of honor, I would like to call upon those responsible for implementing various aspects of the biotechnology and biosafety policy to dedicate their expertise, time, and resources towards the realization of the policy objectives. Let me also emphasize the need for collaboration, since most of the issues addressed in the policy transcend individual sectors. It is therefore my hope that the coming of Ofab will facilitate awareness creation and information sharing to demystify all myths surrounding the advancement of this technology for the benefit of our country. Thanks very much, your guest of honor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mapumba. That was very, very articulately made speech, well delivered, representing the Minister of Agriculture, under which Agriculture Biotechnology falls as a sector ministry. At this juncture, Honorable Minister, the hour has come, and we're just an inch towards that hour. Let me request the pleasure of the Secretary for Education, Mrs. Chikondano Musa, to deliver her remarks, and after the remarks, request Honorable Minister to deliver the launch speech. Let's give an applause to Madame Musa as she comes forward.
Guest of honor, Honorable Agnes Nyalonje, Minister of Education, Dr. Makumba, a representative of the Minister of Agriculture, other senior government officials gathered here, the Executive Director of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, and the team from Ofab, Secretariat in Kenya, Director of Program for Biosafety Systems, Dr. Jude Chambers, the Chairperson of the National Commission for Science and Technology, Professor Emmanuel Kaunda, and commissioners present here, the Director General of the National Commission for Science and Technology, Professor Elijah Wanda, Director Science, Technology and Innovation, Associate Professor Chomora Mikeka, distinguished scientists, Program Director, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest of honor, Honorable Agnes Nyalonje, Minister of Education. My humble task this afternoon is very brief, and that is to request you, Honorable Minister, to make your statement and also officially launch the Open Forum for Agricultural Biotechnology, Ofab chapter in Malawi. However, before I do so, Honorable Minister, allow me to make a few remarks. First, to join all the previous speakers in welcoming you all to the launch event of the Ofab chapter in Malawi. I would particularly like to thank you, guest of honor, for finding space to come and preside over this function despite your very tight schedule. Your presence, Honorable Minister, underscores the importance that government attaches to the development and application of research, science, technology, and innovation in general, and agricultural biotechnology in particular. The Malawi 2063 accords agriculture, productivity, and commercialization high priority on the development agenda. Let me congratulate the chairperson and all commissioners of the National Commission for Science and Technology and the entire team from the Commission for organizing this auspicious event where we are launching Ofab Malawi chapter. I also wish to thank the delegation from African Agriculture Technology, AATF, and Ofab Secretariat from Kenya for their financial and technical support in organizing this launch. I hope you had nice travels to Malawi and that you are enjoying your stay here in Lilongwe, the warm heart of Africa. Our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of Education is committed to implementing programs that aim at building a science and technology environment at all levels of society, as anticipated in our National Development Blueprint, Malawi 2063. This is the reason the ministry, through the National Commission for Science and Technology, undertakes a number of initiatives that aim at promoting research, science, technology, and innovation, and agricultural biotechnology in particular, as evidenced by the introduction of biotechnology programs at undergraduate and postgraduate levels at our public universities to build capacity and create a pool of biotechnology experts in Malawi. Universities have also been very active in biotechnology research involving BT cotton and BT cowpea. The ministry, through the National Commission for Science and Technology, also facilitates formation of new partnerships and linkages with international organizations like programs for biosafety systems, PBS, AATF, and Ofab. Our guest of honor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I do not intend to make a long speech, but to request our guest of honor to address us. With these few remarks, therefore, Honorable Minister, it is now my singular honor and privilege to request you, Honorable Minister, to address us and also officially launch the Open Forum for Agriculture Biotechnology, Ofab Malawi chapter. Honorable Minister, your time.
Dr. Wickson Makumba, the Director of Agriculture Research Services in the Ministry of Agriculture, representing the Minister of Agriculture, the Secretary for Education, and all senior government officials present here, the Chair of the National Commission for Science and Technology, Professor Emmanuel Kaunda, and all your fellow commissioners present here, the Director General and all your staff for NCST, Professor Elijah Wanda, the Executive Director of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF, and the team from Ofab, Secretariat in Kenya. A special welcome to you. Although you're hosting us in this room, but we're happy to host you in the warm heart of Africa. Welcome. The Director of Program for Biosafety Systems, Dr. Judy Chambers, heads of various institutions, and at this point, allow me to particularly acknowledge Mr. John Lungu, the Managing Director of Kuton, Mr. Cosmas Luanda, CEO of Cotton Council of Malawi, and Dr. Nagoli, representing the Director General of the National Planning Commission, and all leaders and representatives of the private sector that are with us here today, and also representatives from development partners. And last but not least, members of the press who play a very key role in taking the key messages to Malawians. Let me also, as I say good afternoon to you all this afternoon, let me also join those that have spoken before me to say a special welcome to this event. This launch of the Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology Malawi chapter is a very key one, especially because with the theme of agricultural biotechnology, an underutilized tool for creation of an inclusively wealthy and self-reliant Malawi. This means that Ofab Malawi is very much the tool that we want to power Malawi to 2063. And I think we've heard enough from all the speakers before me, especially from Dr. Makumba, that indeed agriculture is the key for Malawi to get to 2063, but within agriculture, there's specific parts that play a very crucial role, and they don't become more crucial than Ofab Malawi. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long day, but we're here witnessing a very important development. Therefore, it is an honor for me to officiate the launch of Ofab Malawi chapter, and my presiding over the official launch of Ofab Malawi chapter signifies the importance, as my Secretary for Education has already indicated, that the government of Malawi places on the role that agriculture plays or will play in transforming Malawi and its economy so that we can achieve our dream to be an inclusively wealthy and self-reliant nation by 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, Malawi acknowledges science, technology, and innovation as an important contributor to the economic growth of our country. As you may all be aware, Malawi now has our long-term development plan, the Malawi 2063, and there let me underline that the birth of the Malawi 2063 means we put aside MGDS, because MGDS, whatever was remaining there, unfinished agenda in that got subsumed in our new vision as a country, where we've agreed, led by the very youthful population of this country, because they are, after all, more than 75% of this country. Those of my generation, we are the endangered species now. So the youth of Malawi, make no mistake, the youth of Malawi have agreed that yes, we had a 2020 vision before, we have MGDS before, but this time we have Malawi 2063, which was developed in a very consultative manner and which represents the voices of the youth. And the youth know where they want to go. The youth have the energy to go. But for that energy to be released and directed, it needs the role of education. And in Malawi, when we say education, we're automatically also saying science, technology, and innovation. And today, we're here to make sure that we put one more brick into that infrastructure that's going to take us to 2063, so that our youth can truly say they are now, when they get to 2063, when some of us in this room will be long gone, they can proudly say the foundations that were laid on that first day of April 2022 were foundations that we are proud to speak about. Ladies and gentlemen, speakers before me have said quite a lot of things. I had a written speech. But when I look at the written speech, I see that most of the issues have already been addressed. Therefore, what I'm going to do is depart from that. I'm going to try and highlight 2 or 3 key messages that I would like the community that's represented here to take firmly as areas that we need to act on for this vision, for this dream of a self-reliant Malawi, of an inclusively wealthy Malawi, of an upper middle income country should be realized. The first relates to the issue of communication that other speakers have talked about. Listening to the cry for we need to communicate better, I couldn't help thinking that as we seek to communicate better, we must do maybe a step before that as well. What is it that we're wanting to communicate? Because when you're talking of the seed, the farmer, and the soil in which the seed goes, you see that the range of stakeholders is very broad, and the range of stakeholders is also very varied. You talk of agriculture biotechnology relating to the improvement of seed, automatically you're talking of doctors, professors, you name it. But you're talking of the brains end of the education sector, the end that I always say is exciting to sit around the table with, because you say one thing, they complete it before you've even said it. You don't need often to dash the T's and dot the I's when you're in that environment, because they're all existing at a certain rarefied level where they just look at each other, and with the look, they almost guess what the other one is thinking. Now, that is where the challenge is. The first thing is, the point I'm trying to make, is before we worry about communicating, we need to worry about what is it we're communicating. We're communicating the outcomes of science, but the science, whose science is it? Whose agenda is it? Whose research is it? Because when you look at it that way, if the agenda that's driving the science, the teaching of science, but also the research and so on, is the agenda of the people, communicating it will not be such a big problem. We're together there, aren't we? So that what then becomes the challenge of communication is the challenge of taking those big words that we're so good at bandying about, those acronyms that we're so full of, AATF, I've learned a new one, Ofab, every day you learn new ones. And we like to take those to the community as well. Even when we speak in Chichewa, we like to paper our speaking with those acronyms. That is a smaller problem compared to the underlying problem of whose agenda are we addressing. Because if the agenda came from the people, if the agenda came from our Vision 2063, which has clear directions marked for where Malawi wants to go, you'll find that Malawians do not find it hard at all to understand biotechnology, because they will see biotechnology as the answer to their problem. So that's the first message I want to give. Let us make sure that when we're scratching our heads, worrying about are we communicating, are they understanding us, we also make sure that we understand the farmer. We understand the common Malawian for whom the science has to make sense. But it will not make sense if it's not science for them. And it will not be science for them if it's not pursuing the core directions that this government has put in place. And it's very, very clear. Our MW 2063, supported by the first 10-year implementation plan, has very clear directions about where we want to go. So research for its own sake, while it's good in helping us as a country to build a body of knowledge, we in Malawi at this moment in time do not have time or resources to put to research for its own sake, or to research that's driven by agendas from outside. So the first message is to NCST. We want strong leadership that picks up on all the key issues that need research. The challenges that we face when we say the first of our 3 pillars for MW 2063 is agricultural productivity and then commercialization. You cannot have commercialization if you've not produced. So you commercialize, but as you're commercializing, you look at what has stopped Malawi's agriculture from being productive. This is where I switch off to a very lay person's view of things. In 2014 to 2019, I was a member of parliament. And when I went to the people to campaign to be a member of parliament, I said I had 3 goals. I had 3 things that I wanted to achieve as an MP. I wanted, number 1, to work with youth. Number 2, to work with women. Number 3, to work with farmers. And since most farmers are women, and since increasingly more youth are taking up farming, my biggest goal was to work with farmers, because I knew that for my constituency to develop, farming was it. Because in Mzimba North, where I was MP for, farming is huge, as I'm sure the chair of NCST is nodding vigorously, because he comes from those environments as well. It is big, but I realized that it was not optimally productive. So things needed to be done. So I took on the role of educating myself on things farming. I knew basics about farming because I grew up in a family where we did everything from the soil. We earned a bit of money from what we harvested. We ate all the food we ate, we grew ourselves, and we gained a livelihood from farming, supplemented by the small income that my father, who was a primary school teacher, got. But for a family of 11 and a lot of other dependents, that salary was way, way, way too little. So we survived through farming. What I learned through attending all the key things, like I would bring myself to participate in the annual conventions on the seed industry, for example, I studied a lot about the farming infrastructure in this country. I spent a lot of time in this room, as it happens, attending various agriculture meetings, to the extent that some felt threatened that maybe I was doing some private business. I wanted to listen in and take over this and take over that. I said, no, I want to educate myself so I can represent the people. What I learned is what I wanted to share with you, message number 2. Ofab Malawi, with the good offices of AATF, is going to bring valuable knowledge, valuable expertise, and valuable networks for Malawi to leapfrog and not to have to redo everything that others have done. We're going to learn from there. But that agricultural biotechnology is focusing on one of what I call the productivity, agriculture productivity triangle, which is the seed, the farmer, and the soil. So here is my second message. First and foremost to NCST as our coordinator of research, but also to the universities in this room. By the way, I didn't acknowledge the universities represented here. I know I said the chair, but the chair wears 2 hats as VC of Luana, but there may be other universities represented. My apologies for not acknowledging you. We want, before we can talk of getting people to know more about agriculture biotechnology, we must produce the biotechnology first, mustn't we? Which means we must take an interest in the pipeline for producing that. And this is where education, the earlier parts of education, not the higher education, also comes in. Because in the Ministry of Education, this year, this academic year, we are going to review the curriculum so that we look again at how we teach science in schools. How we teach science in schools has a lot to do with the kind of farmer that will meet that seed that you've improved. Because the farmers, not all farmers will go all the way to university, but farmers that are in schools now that will become farmers need to come out of our education system. Even if they leave education at primary 8, they should have a basic knowledge that allows them to navigate and interact with a very improved seed. And because without doing much around the farmer, I know the extension services, agricultural extension services are designed to do that, but we're saying the story starts much earlier. We need to produce a population that is science literate, that has an idea of the technology and innovation and so on, that are comfortable, because this is the world that they'll be living in. The world where we survived with the whole and that was it is well and truly gone, although it's not gone here in Malawi, but it is on its way out. So by reviewing the curriculum and making sure that we're doing well by all the subjects that matter, we will make sure that when youngsters get to secondary schools, they are better prepared, and when youngsters get to university, they're even better prepared. And so when higher education takes over, they're giving just that cream that's going to be the technologies that produce the technologies that this country needs. We know that when the recipients of the technology are receiving the technologies, they will also be in a position to have a comfort level with what they're receiving. So education is very key. So I'm saying to people in this room, the private sector as well as universities, let's take an interest in the human capital development pipeline. We lack a lot of things. We lack, for example, to produce good scientists, you need to have the full toolkit for producing good scientists. The majority of our schools do not have the capacity to teach sciences. They do not have laboratories. That's why within the ministry, we're now looking and working very hard to produce a virtual laboratory and virtual libraries. because we know that we do not just need the top scientists like the good doctor sitting here, the professors sitting here. We also need the average Malawian to have that preparation that makes them survive in an evolving world, a world where they have to cope on a regular basis with the impacts of climate change. They have to be resilient, a resilience that cannot be delivered like tablets from outside, a resilience that comes from within because we built citizens that have the capacity to understand the world around them, including the soil. So now we get to number 3 of the triangle of a lot of work. Even when I was shadowing the seed companies and all the other institutions in the agricultural world, what I picked up, and I did history and English at university, so what I picked up on farming and so on is from having grown up in it, but also wanting to learn. What I picked up was a huge gap. Like the first meeting, I attended 3 in 3 years in a row. The first one, I asked the question, so now you're improving the seed, but in the introductions of the whole room, we're in this very room a few years back, I said, I've not heard one single person say they are a soil scientist and they are here attending to hear what the seed improvers are thinking to do to the seed so that it can improve the agricultural yield. Then I said, so for me, I'm like thinking, okay, so who is going to look at the soil and when are they going to look at the soil to see if it's matching the seed that you're cooking up in here? That gap, unfortunately, to me, still seems to exist. Probably it only exists in the real world out there. In the laboratories, the gap may have been closed. But this is where communication comes in. Because if you've closed the gap between those who do soil science and those who do seed science and those who do the science of the human, the farmer, if you've closed that gap in the laboratories, you need to very quickly take it out of the laboratory, place it in the community. Because unless it moves from there to the community, everything that is being done is of very little use to this Malawi that wants to get in a hurry to 2063. So my message there is that the needs, and here I want to build on what Professor Kaunda, the chair of NCST, and Luana VC said, that while the agricultural biotechnology is useful, the solution to the challenges in front of us are multifaceted. Words to that effect when you addressed us. What that means, in other words, is that unless we, as we focus on the business of agricultural biotechnology, we also take an active interest in what is happening to the advancement of soil science and the moving of soil science from the laboratory to the farmer, and also the human science, the social scientist, and this is where I also wanted to be. When we talk science sometimes, not just in this country, in many other countries, I've experienced living in different countries, when we talk science, most of us tend to think of natural sciences and stop at that. I want to challenge NCST to end that misconception, because part of what happens, the communication challenges, are also to do with what are we communicating. Are we communicating enough to say that myself, as somebody from the social sciences who deals with human behavior and so on, and you can improve the seed all you want, but if you've not addressed the challenges in human behavior that prevent me from having an affinity with that seed, then all that investment, the billions, are to naught. So let's expand our conception of what science is. Social sciences are just as important as natural sciences. And arts. And also, when we're talking communication, that's partly because we're just limiting ourselves to ourselves as natural scientists. Probably we are the type that maybe decided that, hey, as we went through school, hey, but this English now, I'm very good at science, but English, they want me to get a credit. English is where you learn also communications, English as a subject, not English as speaking, as Nyaronje is speaking, but English as a subject has many parts, including communication skills. So if we let that a bit sort of fall off a bit, and now we're at the top of our game as scientists, but we do not have that angle of communication, we need partnerships with the arts, the communicators, the ones who decided that for them, their God-given purpose on this earth is communication, whichever way they did it, like through dancing, through music, through drama, through talking, and making concepts come alive through words. There are people who enjoy doing that for a living, and they're amongst us. Do not work in isolation. When you think partnerships, think of the skills that are out there to help you take the message with ease, because scientists may communicate with fellow scientists. That's because there's no challenge about explaining the big words. Give it to the artist whose job it is to communicate. You see how they come up with all sorts of ways of communicating. That's one of the ways to do it. But first of all, mind what you're communicating. Fix the value chain and make sure that there's as much attention while you're attending to the biotechnology of the seed, those that are attending to the soil, especially with the frequent disasters of flooding and landslides and so on, that have, and the runoff that is every day transporting our soil fertility, such that when we were growing up all those years ago, you could, a seed that just found its way in the soil, it just needed God's good grace to grow. Nothing much to be done to it. That's not the case today. The seeds that we plant, we have to do so many things to them. That's because the soil is not the same. Even in 2 years' time, the topsoil that we have today may not be there in many places. So we need to up our game. So here's the message to the universities. And we will be taking this up through other channels, but do focus on all the relevant areas of research at undergraduate and postgraduate, both. And let us focus on the problems that are ailing our society, and not in a generic way, but localizing them, because some of the problems manifest differently in different parts of the country. And we must also make sure that we're taking account of that. And we are going to be trying to help you, because what we're doing is trying to improve the pipeline for producing quality graduates of the secondary schools that can come to your doorsteps, so that when you get what you get quality. So we're going to focus on improving who goes through the education system. Of course, it will not be overnight, but I implore you to make sure that you do things differently, that Malawians should know that we have universities. Because when you look at the budget for the education sector, the biggest chunk goes to universities. You owe it to Malawians to do the right thing, because Malawi needs what you do. And the second message is make sure that as you're doing what you're doing, the private sector is with you. There's nothing I would love more than to see that private companies also have thriving research and development departments. Because without research and development within the different concerns, you don't go very far. The research that's being done in universities is generic. The research that goes on in a company, in a business, is the research geared to grow that business. You can bring in skills from elsewhere, but that research has to look at what is it you're trying to do, what do you do to survive. And the question, what do you do to survive, you do not ask today when your survival is at risk and maybe the bailiffs are knocking on the door, is the question you ask long range. You're asking, how are you going to make sure that you're surviving past 5 years, past 10 years? And you're asking now, and the question keeps evolving. So you build capacity, and I implore the universities to support capacity building for research and development in our private sector, because I may be behind times, But my knowledge of the picture out there is that this is a very weak area. So even if we produce a lot of scientists, but if the private sector that's going to produce the wealth of this country is not driven by evidence, is not supported by evidence of what will work, so pre-study what you think you're going to do. Don't do it and then discover that, oh dear, that didn't work. We wish we knew. But science and research is part of getting to know before you get there, so that you do not lose valuable resources and time going over what you could have avoided. And so that's why science, research and development in business concerns is such a key part. And as that is happening, linkages between universities as education institutions and ourselves, and also this is a message to my Secretary for Education. As we review the curriculum, we must sit tight with the private sector as well, because that review of the curriculum is going to be a very consultative process. But some of the key people that need to put their voice to that are the private sector. Because we need to know your thinking long range. When I say long range, is in 20 years' time, as you are growing, what kind of human capital are you going to need? Because it takes years to grow that. So if you don't tell us today what you need in 10 years' time, don't expect to find it there. So we must work together to say, this is the direction we're going. This is the kind of skills we need. So the chair of NCST talked about integrated solutions. This is part of an integrated solutions at a strategic level, so that each one of us, when we get to that point that's in the future, we should get there knowing, aha, here's what I needed, it's already there. But it's there because you thought about it way back. So let's all think together about what Malawi needs, about what we need as an individual institution, and make it happen. Make it happen, because we can. So with that, I want to thank very much the AATF and Ofab Kenya. And I also want to thank NCST and the development partners, the Ministry of Agriculture for the work that you continue doing, because all this is part of the Ministry of Education delivering to the Ministry of Agriculture, so the Ministry of Agriculture can run with it and get to the end of the relay race and say, we have done it for the youth of Malawi. So let's all of us do our part. I'm quite sure that it will happen. Thank you very much to everybody.
Wow, another big round of applause to the guest of honor. Very motivational, very educative, and very challenging to all the research community in Malawi. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Maybe before you sit, Honorable Minister, may I request you to proceed to this other stage, a colorful stage over there. And as the minister moves forward, let me request the Secretary for Education, the Executive Director of AATF, the Board Chair of NCST, the Director General of NCST, Head of Communications and Partnership, all to follow the minister, and the Ofab Project Manager, not in the list, the representative of the Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Makumba, please. Here we are going to, the minister is going to perform the ceremonial unveiling of Ofab Malawi. You may be wondering what is there at the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great moment. It is a great honor for me to now launch Ofab Malawi chapter.
Let us applause. Ofab Malawi chapter is officially born. Congratulations to Malawi. Congratulations to the Ofab family. Congratulations to our chief guests, the Honorable Minister for Education.
So let me end by congratulating the new baby on the African continent, Ofab Malawi chapter. We wish you well as you take up this very important work, and we assure you of our support in ensuring that the positive environment for growing science and the positive environment for improving our agricultural productivity and commercialization, this government under our president, His Excellency Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, you cannot doubt the commitment that has been shown and will continue to be shown to make sure that agriculture powers us to 2063, but agriculture cannot be powered to 2063 or cannot power Malawi to 2063 unless agriculture itself is enabled. And the enablers for agriculture is science. We in education commit to producing the scientists that agriculture needs to take Malawi all the way. Thank you.
And now comes that time, beautiful time, of cutting that beautiful cake, symbolizing the virginity of Ofab Malawi and wishing the sustainable operations of its program. Another round of applause, please. That's good. We can now retire Honorable Minister to our seats. Thank you so much. Another round of applause. To come on stage. Thereafter, we'll have a panel discussion.
and the wombo lumbo. So I lock up and keep Kokorola Begondo. What can I say? Where do they have to? Yeah. Come see my picking at the Aruko de Jan Bolombo. Wombo lumbo. Wombo lumbo. Wombo lumbo.
This is Vimbusa dance from northern region of Malawi. So enjoy the presentation this afternoon. This is Vimbusa dance, ring dance from northern region. Tizakuno taunga chomeni pakuchema kuzakhala nawo pamdhawu kumwa nyampani. Tizakuno taunga. Nokutinkhana ni muntu mmoja patakhala. Poti temane musipondana. Titemane je mama.
applause.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Nanteza,
Ladies and
and
gentlemen,
I'm the Director for Africa.
we now have a video, and this video is a documentary on the advances and initiatives to promote biotechnology in Malawi.
Cotton is one of the most important cash crops in Malawi, and it is identified as a priority crop under Malawi's Growth Development Strategy 3. It involves 250,000 farming families in Malawi, with an average of 5 people in each family. What does that mean? 1 million people in a country with just a population of 18 million people. Cotton producers are struggling to meet the demands of the textile industry, and cotton industry is almost collapsing. That means massive loss of jobs and livelihood. Now in 2018 comes a solution, BT Cotton. Listen to this video on how it's going to be a game changer in Malawi.
Cotton is recognized as a significant priority crop by the MGDS, that's the Malawi Growth Development Strategy 3, as well as the SWAP, or Agriculture Sector Wide Approach. It is considered a priority crop. Even in the National Export Strategy, cotton as an oil crop is also considered a priority crop. So it receives priority in terms of the different institutions within Malawi. It contributes GDP roughly about 10 to 15%. In fact, we're estimating that about 40,000 Malawians are directly engaged in the cotton industry, apart from the farmers alone, but other players coming into the sector, creating employment.
The importance of cotton at a household level, that's so many. One that it is easy to handle. Of course, we know when you grow it, you have to make sure that you manage the pests there. And if you're putting in a very good plan, you manage the pests, it gives you very good yield. It's easy because that's already a variable income at household level. Definitely that will improve people's lives when we have got money at hand. And also at household level, the way I see with cotton, one another advantage is these are like shrubs, groups of crops. They give space to what we call crop diversification. So that time that you've grown and they are growing, they give space that you can do other agriculture activities. You can grow other crops.
Cotton is very important to me in the sense that as an income generating activity, particularly farming, when we look at cotton, this is the crop that will rely much. Like for the 2020-2021 growing season, the produce that I got, when I sowed, I got about 7 million Malawi kwacha. So from that money that I raised, I've used it for paying some school fees for my little brothers, as well as I would like to venture into other business from the profits that I got from this farming season.
The road to have this BT cotton now, even tested by the farmers, has been quite long, because as you know, in many countries, when it comes to GMOs, people are a bit apprehensive of those technologies. And the role of the Commission has been to advocate for even the start of the trials. Initially, work closely with research stations, state research station, and also the University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, where we, and the various stakeholders, and even the Environmental Affairs Department, to come up with Biosafety Act, because people were apprehensive. They thought we don't have the capacity, we can't grow this, we don't know what is going to be the effect. So the Commission has played a key role of coordinating all those efforts.
When BT came in as a country, it was like one of the key solutions to the challenges in the cotton industry. So in terms of the regulatory part, the journey was very smooth. We did all the biosafety issues, all the risk assessment, all the concerns which other groups of people were voicing out. We addressed them, and some of the concerns were addressed through the conditions which were given to the payments for the developer of the technology. So it was smooth until we reached the general release, when for us we deliberated the BT cotton.
In terms of pests and disease resistance, the BT2 is more resistant compared to the previous local one. As well as if we talk of the productivity itself, when you grow an acre, in the previous growing seasons, before I started the BT2, I used to get about 4 to 5 bales from 1 acre. That is weighing 100 kgs. While this time around, using the same piece of land, that is 1 acre, like this season, I could get 8 to 10 bales from 1 acre. So you can see that it's almost double yield that is being realized from the same field.
As a country, we rely mainly on the smallholder farmer. So if the smallholder farmers produce and then sell, he himself or herself is assisted in terms of cash which they can use for their daily living. In addition, when the produce is exported outside the country, the country also has forex from outside the country. This is why before, cotton production was really emphasized, and it was a must. People have to follow the regulations. But I think after that era, there was a slack. This is why we have had all these challenges coming in. Now we are saying, can we go back? So we have to begin to sensitize our farmers that no, I think this is the right way to go.
Now the challenge for farmers is they think the seed is a little expensive, and there has to be some modalities to work how we can reduce the seed price. I can understand that one of the reasons why it is a little expensive is we are importing the seed. So I think we should be able, with the capacity building, to start maybe producing the seed right in the country, locally. That will help in terms of reducing the price of the seed. The other thing that we should do to sustain this is to make sure that we synchronize demand and supply.
In an ideal situation, we should be producing enough seed cotton for the genes to be operating even 9 months in a year. At the moment, the genes are only operating maybe 1 to 2 months in the whole year. The rest of the year, they are lying idle. It's not a very effective way of using resources. So we have to enhance the production across the country to utilize those resources more effectively.
When it comes to us now, as the users, as a GINA, it means more employment, because you have more buyers fanning out to buy a seed and then bringing it into the factory to gene, that's another employment. Then you move from there to the factory where we're going to do the spinning and weaving. As I said earlier on, the spinning alone is 45% of the whole establishment. It means now you're employing 45% of the staff. So, job creation is there. Poverty alleviation, you've done away with it. At least, by Malawi standards, I am employed, but there are 10 people on average. So, if you take that 45%, you bring them in on board, it means you have multiplied by 10 for the farmers. So that has to improve them. Besides that, you have made the company continue non-stop production, so there will be no downtime. Then everything goes. Then the cycle continues. And if the cycle continues, again, by extension, the retailer who's buying the cloth from me will also sell to somebody else, and he makes money as well. But if I can't supply him enough, he will not have enough to supply.
We do not want to be caught up in a situation where we have to import lint. Therefore, we are compelled to scale up the production. And we are looking at the BT cotton really as the solution to this. As I said, with the limited area, we have to enhance the productivity. We'll be looking at engaging Makoka, bringing in other germplasms which can actually drive us from 4 tons to a higher level, maybe up to 8 tons per hectare. And I also mentioned, we're also seriously looking at the stack gene so that we can also reduce the impact of weeds on yields. As I said, 40% of yield reduction is due to weed competition. So we are looking really at stack genes here so that we can now move at smallholder farmer level from 2 tons to a possible 4 tons per hectare. That turns around the whole industry.
Thank you. That was an overview of the advances and initiatives to promote biotechnology in Malawi. We're moving. Next on the agenda is an item where we'll have some goodwill messages from Ofab partners to Ofab Malawi. The first one to talk to us is none other than Judy Chambers. Dr. Judy Chambers is the Director for Program for Biosafety Systems based in Washington at IFPRI. I see Judy, you're welcome. You're welcome, Dr. Judy Chambers. Welcome to Malawi, we can see you. Thank you, over to you.
Okay, great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. Good afternoon. On behalf of the IFPRI Program for Biosafety Systems, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, most notably Executive Director of the African Agriculture Technology Foundation, Dr. Canisius Kanagiri, for inviting me to participate in this momentous occasion of the opening of the launch of the Open Forum on Agriculture Biotechnology Malawi chapter. I would also like to acknowledge the high-level representation of the government of Malawi at this important event, including Honorable Minister of Education, Her Excellency Agnes Nyalanji, who I would like to commend for her most powerful remarks, especially on the important role of science communications. I'd also like to acknowledge the representative of Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Robin Lowe, Dr. Mukumba, Secretary for Education, Mrs. Chikondano Musa, and our long-term institutional partner, last but certainly not least, the National Commission for Science and Technology, represented by its Director General, Professor Elijah Wanda, and Board Chair, Professor Emmanuel Kwanda, as well as other distinguished members of government, AATF, Ofab, and PBS colleagues, assembled scientists, academicians, and all other stakeholders present in the audience. I would like to begin my remarks by stating what may be obvious to many in this room, that sometimes great collaborative science is simply not enough to ensure that these innovative benefits reach the penultimate end users, the farmers and consumers. We are now in a climate where rejection of scientific evidence and expertise is increasing and becoming more commonplace, especially on various social media platforms where misinformation spreads rapidly. And while those of us, many in this room, have long been involved in work to ensure that the benefits of biotechnology and precision gene methods accrue equitably to all, We have long recognized the impact of scientific myths and disinformation on the deployment of these novel ag biotech products. And we are now seeing the impacts of these well-organized anti-science campaigns on the acceptance of other biotechnology products beyond agriculture, such as those used to develop safe, beneficial vaccines for COVID-19. That's why collaborative partnerships such as those that we have with NCST and Ofab are so important and must be valued. To ensure that there is more balanced dialogue about biotechnology science and its products, to address any actual risks, and to better inform decision makers and the public using transparency and evidence with accurate information that can be understood, to inform policies, and to be broadly appreciated by diverse stakeholders who may not have specialized knowledge. We are most grateful for our long and durable association with the National Council for Science and Technology, National Commission for Science and Technology, as well as Ofab, and wish you the best as you launch this auspicious initiative. I would also like to acknowledge our PBS Country Director, Mr. Boniface Nkoko, for his tireless work in supporting these very important relationships and collaborations, and offer the continued assistance of the International Food Policy Research Institute's Program for Biosafety as you move forward on these important initiatives and ventures. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Judy Chambers, for a very good message. Next, after you, Dr. Judy, we'll have Mr. Boniface Nkoko, who will make a presentation. Mr. Nkoko, please, may you come forward for your presentation?
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Still trying to power it up? Is it okay? Or we use plan B? It's coming. Dr. Judy Chambers, you are here and over there. We are waiting for Mr. Nkoko and the IT team to power it up. So we are now there. Thank you, Mr. Nkoko.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremony. Well, I will not go through all the salutations, but just to say all protocols observed. What I'm going to present today, or this afternoon, is a short summary. It's a short summary of the programs which IFPRI, that's the International Food Policy Research Institute, and the National Commission for Science and Technology program by Safety Systems in Malawi. Please, next slide, please. The first slide wants to portray the policy environment. We looked at two Malawi government policies. The Malawi government development strategy 3, that's when the program started, and then Vision 2063. Looking at those policy directions, we picked up Move Malawi to produce a competitive, resilient nation, primarily through sustainable agriculture. Then there's also a strong strategy which also identifies agriculture biotechnology as one of priority tools which can contribute to increased production. Then having the direction there of where Malawi wants to move to, then the program of biosafety system in collaboration with the National Commission for Science and Technology and the partners, coordinated conversations, discussions on how to create an enabling environment for the promotion of biotechnology in Malawi. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now, what have we achieved so far? You might have heard this from some of the previous speakers. The Biosafety Act was passed in 2002 with supporting regulations in 2007. Then the National Biotechnology and the Biosafety Policy of 2008 was passed by the Cabinet. Now, those two steps created an enabling environment to conduct research or to conduct development in Malawi. Then there was need to test the biosafety regulatory framework. How strong is it? Is it good? Has it got weaknesses? Likely at that time, Luana conducted an insect-resistant research. It submitted an application for insect-resistant cotton. And this was followed by variety performance trials by Department of Agriculture Research Services. Through that positive results from that, 4 hybrids of cotton were approved and released to farmers. And as some people have already indicated before, even some of the farmers are happy with the yields. One time we visited the field areas, one farmer said that BT cotton, you don't need to advertise it. It advertises itself. Then having done that, they also researched into food crops. One was the pot borer resistant cowpea by Luana and the private sector. And the other one was research on by bunch-top virus resistant banana. As some of you already know, most of the banana was wiped out here in Malawi because of that disease, bunch-top virus. As also a spin-off from the consultations up there, we have a strong collaboration with partners within the country. EAD's Environmental Affairs Department, National Commission for Science and Technology, Department of Agriculture Research Services, universities, decision makers, and the private sector on biotechnology and biosafety issues. So those are some of the things that we have achieved through the period the program has been working. Next slide, please. Now opportunities, now Ofab is here. I've just selected 3 areas here. It's not conclusive, but I thought for a start, we can start on this one. First is engagement of policymakers and other stakeholders. We feel that biotechnology should move with the people. They must be well informed. So there should be a platform where they can be discussed policy matters and then come to some sort of conclusion to which way we should be going. The second one is communication and outreach. That's again where Ofab, you have got the necessary skills. You are very experienced in this area. On effective science, regulation, communication. As some people have already said before in previous presentations, that scientists are not good communicators. So this is going to bridge the gap. Then there are also issues which we still need to address. Concerns of environmental and food safety on pipeline crops. There'll be crops which might be coming on as we go on. There'll be need really to discuss openly on what are the issues and what does science really say. Then awareness of bioscience opportunities and regulatory aspects of new technologies. Some of you might have heard of genome editing. I'm sure there's still some breeding technologies which will be coming in. We need to take this to the people and the policymakers so that we know what stand should Malawi take. Then the third section, joint outreach and consultations regarding policy reforms. Now, number 3 is related to number 1. In number 1, you'll be discussing and coming to some sort of resolutions and elections, whatever. But then after that, you need to develop it further. So that's where you joint outreach and consultations regarding proposed policy reforms which can help to bring us forward. I think with this summary of activities I've presented to you, thank you very much for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkoko, for your intervention. Loud and clear. Looking forward to work in close cooperation with the Ofab Ofab office in Africa. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Board Chair, Executive Director of AIT, Director of Science, Technology and Innovation in the Ministry, Professor Mukeka, Professor Ereja Wanda, Director General of the Commission. We still have some goodwill messages, but now we'll have a video which will be a goodwill message again from none other than Ms. Patricia Nanteza, who is the Africa Director for Alliance for Science.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Nanteza, and I am the Director for Africa at the Alliance for Science. On this very beautiful occasion, I would like to tell you about our relationship, the Alliance for Science and Ofab, and why we are very excited that Ofab is going into new territory, that Ofab is going into Malawi. Allow me to share my screen, please. So at the Alliance for Science, we have been a collaborator and a partner with Ofab ever since the Alliance for Science came into existence, and that is in 2014. And we exist to ensure access to agricultural innovations that enhance food security, improve environmental sustainability, and raise the quality of life globally. You may realize that our mission is almost closely tied to what Ofab does, and hence our collaboration and partnership. In practice, if you ask me exactly what does the Alliance do, I will tell you that we positively impact policy to create an enabling environment for adoption and access to agricultural technologies. And we also work toward a science-informed public. We do this through communication and through training. A little bit about our history and how we came into existence. Most of you who know us may know that the Alliance for Science came into existence in August 2014. But before August 2014, there was a lot that was happening. And our story goes back to September 2013, when the idea, the thought of the Alliance for Science was pitched. October concept note was written, and in November 2013, our founding director, Sir Raja, reached out to Ofab Africa to discuss the idea and see how we can fit into this space that Ofab was already inhabiting, how we could come in and support Ofab and collaborate, and yet at the same time bring about a newness that could be the Alliance. So November 2013, the Alliance reaches out to Ofab, and thereafter things move on, and August 2014 we launch and we come into existence. So this is a picture showing the inaugural members, or people who met at Cornell University to discuss the idea of the Alliance. And I see quite a number of Fabians, a few people from ISA. There is, if you follow my cursor, you will see this is Daniel Otunge, who was the coordinator, the program manager, the V2 of that time. This is Barbara Zawede from ISA. I see Nancy from Ofab, Margaret, Ofab and Isa, and this is Arthur Makara. I think Arthur at that time was with Isa, but he's also an Ofabian. So you can see that from the very beginning, when the idea was pitched, Ofab was an integral partner of the alliance. So over the years, how have we continued to collaborate with Ofab? I would like to describe us as a creative collaborator, and we have worked with Ofab to write stories, shoot videos, write stories, shoot videos, and train farmers, train journalists. So you may find that in some of our activities, especially our trainings, there are quite a number of participants who overlap. People who are part of Ofab, or they've attended an Ofab training here and there, or they work with Ofab and they are in our trainings. It's not necessarily duplication. It's part of our DNA. That is why we came into existence, to support Ofab. This is an example of some of the editorial work that we have worked on together. Coming up with small booklets, information booklets, 10 things about GMOs in Africa, frequently asked questions, on some of the projects that Ofab or their mother organization, AATF, is working on. And just a few pictures to show you that Ofab and the Alliance, we've been collaborators for a while. This is the Ofab meetings that took place in Kampala in 2017. This is John Conroe, our managing editor, Sarah Vanja, our founding director, and with two Ofabian friends. This is a very good friend of the Alliance, Dr. Rose Gidado, and we've carried out a training in Abuja, actually one of our very best, a training that we are quite very proud of, because very tangible and positive outputs came out of this training. This was a course in Nigeria on strategic communications and legal dimensions of biotechnology access in Abuja. Rose is definitely here somewhere. I can't see her, but this is Modesta Bugu. Modesta at that time was the Ofab country coordinator. She was the Ofab program assistant in Nigeria. Let me see more examples of us working together. This is in Kampala, where we had a training for journalists in collaboration with Naro. Here we're in Namolongi, and behind, if you look in the background of the picture, that is a maize picture. That is actually Wema maize, a product of AATF and by extension Ofab. We were with Philip during this training. So we have done quite a number of activities, training, communication, policy advocacy in partnership with Ofab, and we are not about to stop. So as Ofab goes into new territory, I would like to say that Ofab is our pathfinder. They find the path, they find new territory going there, and the Alliance will come. We will always come behind you to support you, to collaborate with you. So V2 and team, as you move into Malawi, on behalf of the Alliance for Science, I would like to say congratulations. You're going into new spaces is also an opportunity for the Alliance to operate in new spaces. To the new country coordinator of Malawi, we wish you all the best. And we want to tell you that as you think of a training partner, as you think of a communication partner, you want stories written, you want videos captured of whatever it is that you want to communicate. You want a collaborator when it comes to policy advocacy. Please think about the Alliance. We exist to support you. We exist to collaborate with you. and we are not about to start. So congratulations, Ofab, and all the best in Malawi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia. We have almost exhausted the program, but now is the time to have moderated panel discussion, which will be facilitated by none other than Dr. Daniel Kialo-Wiri from AATF. Daniel, as I popularly call you, may you come forward as the chairs are being set. We need to have the chairs here, not on the stage. Put them here in the middle. Over to you, Daniel.
Thank you very much. Let's have a clap for the MC. He has done a great job. I know we are almost there. Let's not get tired. Can I request that we just stand to stretch a bit? We've been sitting for too long. And the doctors say that if you sit for too long, your body will start complaining. So let us stretch a bit. Let us greet each other in the air like the politicians do. Use the left hand, the right hand. Wonderful, wonderful. So we are going to, let's have our seats, please. We are going to another wonderful session where we are going to give a very important component in this meeting, and these are the members of the fourth estate, the media, an opportunity to interact with our experts in the room so that they can grab some juicy information that they can use later in the day. But before that, I would like to request our panelists to just occupy these seats. And these are Dr. Canisius Kananjire, the Executive Director, AATF. We are going to have Professor Chomora Mikeka, the Director of Science, Technology and Innovation. We are going to have Professor Elijah Wanda, the Director General, National Council of Science and Technology. We also have Professor James Bokosi. James Bokosi is a professor in plant breeding and a researcher in biotechnology, the Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources. We are also joined by Mr. John Lungu. John Lungu is the General Manager at Cuton Seeds. Then we are also going to be joined by Mr. Cosmas Luanda, who is the CEO, the Cotton Council of Malawi. Please, let's give a round of applause to our distinguished panelists. So our panel session is going to be very brief, to the point, in the interest of time. And as I request Joanne to pass the mics to the panelists, I know we have had a long day. We have discussed many wonderful things today. And the topic of the day is very close to our hearts. It's very close to the vision of the government of Malawi. We have heard that the blueprint, the Malawi 2063 blueprint, which seeks to push Malawi to becoming an inclusively wealthy and self-reliant nation, it's a very ambitious blueprint. And we know that together we will get there. And therefore, to conclude the many discussions of the day, we are going to have a very brief discussion with the panelists here. And I'm going to give them just 1 or rather 30 seconds, to just say hi to the members present here and introduce yourself. So starting from my immediate neighbor here, please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. I am Cosmas Luanda, Executive Director for Cotton Council of Malawi.
Good evening. My name is John Lungu, General Manager for Qton Limited, based in Kanengo, in Sidco premises. Thank you.
James Bokosi from Luana.
Good evening. My name is Elijah Wanda. I'm the Director General for National Commission for Science and Technology.
Good afternoon. I'm Chomora Mikeka, Director of Science, Technology and Innovation in the Ministry of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm Canisius Kanangire. I'm the Executive Director of the African Agricultural Technology Foundation. We are based in Kenya, Nairobi.
Thank you very much. Dr. Canisius Kanangire, you have the mic, so I'll give you the first opportunity. Today, we have witnessed in this hall the launch of Ofab Malawi chapter. Could you please share with us how this launch and how Ofab presence in Malawi will help the smallholder farmer, the medium-scale farmer, even the large-scale farmer in Malawi?
Thank you for the question. Before I answer, I want to remind us about the very brilliant presentation we got from Honorable Minister of Education. And what I want to take from her presentation is the triangle of the 3 priority areas which need to be taken into account if we want to develop agriculture and get it transformed to be a very highly rewarding economic sector. She talks about the seed industry. We need improved seed. And she said that is catered for through different discussions that we have. But there are two other priorities which are not taken care of or not enough taken care of. She talked about the farmer, the capacity of the farmer. And this is where I will put the weight of my answer when it comes to what we expect Ofab to do. We expect that Ofab will address that key priority of taking into account the farmer's need to understand biotechnology, to understand the technologies, and the role those can play in improving the agricultural results, productivity, production, even the market, the agro-processing part of it. All those can come through the capacity building which Ofab will provide to the smallholder farmers and to the farmers in general in Malawi. Because Ofab has a track record of bringing knowledge to the stakeholders, here the farmers, of bringing the right information, accurate information to them so that they can get their decision based on evidence. And 3, at Ofab we have that component which allows us to take the stakeholders to where they can learn by seeing, and that is the seeing is believing. You will take some farmers from here and bring them to another part of Malawi or another country where those technologies they are interested in have been applied and they are successful. And there we learn from peer. The third area that I believe that farmers in Malawi will benefit from Ofab and AATF in general, is the organization of the strengthening of a stewardship, where a stewardship team will go near, approach those farmers, and ensure that their practices are improved, so that the technology that we provide to them is really deployed in a very good manner, which will ensure that they produce. We will also have a number of documents which will ensure that that capacity building is continual. I think those are the key messages. But also in addition, Ofab will provide the platform through which the key stakeholders, researchers and innovators, policymakers, and them themselves, the farmers, will be able to talk, so that the needs of the one side, the supply of the other side, the enabling environment provided by others will be harmonized and synchronized, so that all the ingredients can be put together for the farmers to benefit. And that those fora will be organized, will be very active, and will be very profitable. The last thing I would say, as the Ofab manager said, the rest will be will come from the need that Malawi will express. We are country driven. The needs that will be expressed as priorities of Malawi will be the one which will be featured into the program we will take. So here I have said what we learned from my experiences, but some new areas of activity of Ofab in Malawi will come from the discussions we will have with stakeholders led by the National Commission for Science and Technology. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kanajire. Let's appreciate him. Very critical points there, but just to summarize that technologies that are driven by the needs of farmers is the priority of AATF and Ofab. And number two, that your approach will be driven by the priorities of the country. And as we all know, one of the priorities of Malawi now is implementing the Vision 2063. I want to loop in Professor Mikeka here. We know that building human skills and human capital is very critical in implementing the Vision 2063. The minister actually mentioned this in her speech. Could you please share with us with regard to how the ministry, and particularly your department, is prepared to develop the required human capacity that is able to help you to pursue the Vision 2063 and achieve the goals set therein? Over to you, Professor.
Thank you, moderator. That's so true. Unfortunately, I have the Malawi 2063 and the first decalogue for the first 10 years, MIP 1, Malawi Implementation Plan 1. And following your question, in the preliminary pages of the Malawi Implementation Plan 1, it is capturing the first pillar, which is agricultural productivity and commercialization. And it has 7 objectives, and the 7th objective is agricultural research, innovation, and dissemination. And in there, the doctrine which I have read in Malawi Implementation Plan 1, which is on this page, specifically objective number 7, is to make sure that we invest as government, and this is what Malawians are demanding. Malawians are demanding that we invest in genetic improvement programs. And I think the establishment and launch of Ofab today is one such big agenda where we are implementing immediately a way of investing, and thank you AATF, into the genetic improvement programs. In this case, the reference is given to issues of crop variety, which are high yielding, but also reference is being made to fast growing animal and fish breeds, and reference is also being made to scalability or upscaling of animal and seed-related varieties in that respect. What has our ministry done, and what is my Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is doing? We have collaborated following an MOU which was established in 2007 between Malawi government and South African government, particularly the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa, but also our own directorate here, Science, Technology and Innovation, and the commission which was established following the Science and Technology Policy 2002, and the registration which is enacting that Science and Technology Act number 16 of 2003. Based on that, what we have agreed is that we should benefit, Malawi being chair of SADC, we have decided to benefit from the National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure System, which is equipment having a cluster of computing power. It's called HPC, High Performance Computing, which will be donated. In fact, maybe already now it's being shipped to Malawi, to our Secretary for Education within the ministry. And we have looped in all the universities, including centers of excellence, centers of specialization in Malawi, research and education networks, to compete by showing their alignment regarding capacity and capability to host as a site for a high-performance computing facility, which is a cluster of computers, to be able to do research which is not ordinary. You heard from our Minister of Education that our universities should be challenged not to do
general or ordinary research. Most of them, sometimes they meet the challenges of computational power. I'll give you an example. On 7th, we have called all Malawian researchers, scientists, and engineers that we have a convocation regarding this high-performance computing facility as the equipment is coming through. And one of the researchers who has committed to speak, at least for 10 minutes, is a researcher in genetics. He has offered to speak on livestock genome algorithms, particularly looking at the challenge that they were not able to compute using fast adaptive algorithms, issues of mapping, database, and sequencing of genes for copy number variants of animal lives, but also related aspects. And coming in of an HPC is an opportunity to the Lilongwe University of Agriculture, Natural Resources, and related research centers. The VC is here, and these researchers, we want to groom them and recruit them on 7th April going onwards. And it means already on issues of gene sequencing, mapping, homology of genomes, for everything else will be done on super fast computing processor, including high storage capacity. This is just one element. We don't have much time, but I wanted to say that I think we're moving. SADC is promoting that. SADC will be hosted in Malawi in June 14th to 17th, and this facility will be a site visit where we can see researchers remotely, but also physically, doing gene sequencing, mapping, computations, and all that, plus any other field on that facility. I would like to submit. Thank you. And this is within the Malawi Implementation Plan 1.
Thank you very much, Prof. Let's appreciate Prof. One thing that impresses me with Prof is that he's working with a document. That means it's something that is close to his heart, he's ready to implement. Two things which I noted, they always say that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, work with someone. And from your submission, it's clear that you have brought on board all the critical partners. You mentioned SADC, among other partners, and definitely that is going to push you forward. The other thing that I pick from your submission is the use of new technology. You mentioned genome sequencing, genome editing, and that is how we should move forward if we have to really achieve this ambitious vision. And while I remain on that trajectory of professors, I want to loop in another professor, Professor Bokosi. You gave us a very good submission, and I want to bring you back because you've heard what the director has said. You've heard what are the ambitions of the government. But the question is, what are the two critical gaps from your research that you think, if they are not closed, we may not move fast towards achieving the Vision 2063? Just summarize. I know there are many, but summarize into the two critical ones. Over to you, Professor.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Just too few, but I'll try to summarize. I think the critical things I've observed through our research in cotton was that there were a lot of things that we discovered. One, we didn't know the performance of BT cotton in Malawi. So by growing BT cotton, we were able to gather information that was relevant and which has eventually led to the release of the technology. My biggest, I think, gap comes in the fact that we have very limited knowledge about the performance of these GMO crops. One, because we have just centered on one crop, but there are so many different crops that can solve so many different problems that are here in Malawi. So I would rather have loved to have more evaluation of other crops in Malawi to gather more information that will give us a better understanding of how these GMO crops work. At the same time, looking at a number of different traits, because so far there are 40 plus different traits that have been actually introgressed in varieties, which we don't know about how they can perform in Malawi. So related to the crops, I would rather have also evaluation of different crops. Now there are single or double or stacked genes that have different performances on crops. So that's another critical area. But above that, I think the gaps we have are the models which we can use to create awareness and improve communication. That is also another critical area that we need to deal with. What model will work for Malawi? As the Ofab said, this is country driven. So we don't know what model actually can work for Malawi. We need to have that information so that it can assist us in moving forward. Lastly, I had 12, but I will just talk lastly about another gap. The another gap is the public-private partnership model. It worked for cotton. Monsanto was the one that paired with Luana or Bunda at that time to develop this, to test this technology. But there's a lot of public partnerships that can be forged. It's another area that we need to look at as gaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think you raised very critical gaps. I hope the ministry is listening. And one thing I pick is your last point there, the importance of public-private partnerships in forging this war forward. And now I want to loop in, because you've mentioned the private sector, and we know seed companies play a very critical role in the process of commercializing agricultural technologies, including biotechnology. And since we are privileged to have the general manager of Cuton Seed Company, Mr. John Lungu, I would like Mr. John Lungu to share with us his experience, because we know you have been a leader in the cotton seed supply in Malawi. And we know you, in the course of operations, you must have experienced some challenges, but I will not ask about the challenges. I will ask about the successes in distribution of BT cotton seed in Malawi, and how different is it from the conventional seed distribution? Over to you, Mr. Lungu.
Thank you so much, moderator. As a seed company, you're right. In Malawi, we are probably the only seed company in cotton seed delivery to farmers. And we are conduits of the technologies that researchers come up with. So we've got breeders who breed varieties, and there are also others who come up with traits that improve productivity. So we deliver seed that carries that genetics, that technology to the farmers. What we have seen with the BT varieties that we have so far released in this country is that productivity has increased tremendously, over 4 times what the conventional varieties were delivering. Of course, as a start, farmers are still yet to be assisted in terms of extension to make sure that they achieve that potential. But as of now, we see that already farmers have doubled their yields from a meager 800 kgs per hectare to now talking about 1.5, 2.5, some even 3 tons per hectare. Now, so we have seen the increase in yield, and therefore we can see that productivity has been addressed in this regard. But also we see that environmental pollution is starting to be reduced, because now chemical usage in cotton fields has now drastically reduced. Before, they were spraying 12 to 14 times in a season, whereas now they only spray 2 to 3 times. The major pest that they were spraying because of the, for the 12 sprays was because of the African bollworm, or the bollworm complex, that causes a lot of damage to cotton crop, and therefore it reduces a lot of yield in cotton. And in terms of expenditure, it also reduces the expenditure in terms of producing the cotton, because over 60% of what used to go into cotton production was because of the bollworm control. So we see that as a very big advantage that has come through. And of course, added to that is the farmer exposure to chemicals. Because farmers were used to, smell chemicals as they come from the field into their homes. And throughout the season, they were only smelling chemicals most of the times. And now, because they have reduced the sprays in cotton fields, we see that their health is going to improve because of that. And we see that in the BT technology, there's a lot of end-to-end tracking of seed, which is not there in the conventional varieties. Because for the BT varieties to go through the system, even from testing of it to farmer delivery, every stage must be monitored diligently by the authorities. So there's a strong regulatory framework that goes to administer the BT technology. And also see, as we've been hearing in the morning, that now we can see the youthful farmers coming into play, which used not to be the case, because now cotton production is becoming a smarter crop for them, and the youth would like to engage in smarter technologies, and BT cotton is one of those technologies. The other thing is that we see is that seed production is a very tedious process in the BT technology compared to the conventional varieties. And because of that, there has been a concern of the price being high, which we are now, as a country, trying to address. Initiatives are there. Now, in fact, this year, we are starting local seed production to address the challenges of cost, but also the challenges of time of delivery. So the benefits that we're seeing in BT technology is a reverse, really, of what we're used to see in conventional varieties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us appreciate him. Please prepare your questions. I'm coming to you shortly. Very weighty issues there, and particularly mentioning that the end-to-end tracking of BT's cotton seed, very critical, because it also stems out possibilities of fake seeds, which is a critical problem, not just for farmers in Malawi, but elsewhere in Africa. Mr. Cosmas Luanda, you have been quoted before saying that the BT cotton technology has the potential of enhancing farmers' livelihoods through increased productivity and also increased incomes. I'm also aware that we have not yet reached the maximum land occupancy under cotton. Please share with us, what is it that we need to do to ensure that more farmers are able to grow this wonderful technology? Briefly, over to you.
No, thank you very much. I would like to agree with you that indeed livelihoods of farmers can change with the technology, BT technology in cotton, because so far the practice of this technology in Malawi has demonstrated that the farmers from a hectare of land are able to make 1 million kwacha or above, which is not very easy to get with other crops. And from there, farmers are able even to make a net profit of 500,000 kwacha per individual if they grow cotton, this technology on a 1 hectare of land. And if you compare a farmer that would get that amount of profit from a farm of 1 hectare, you will see already that most of the farmers, if they practice this technology very well, they should be able to move from below the poverty line to somewhere above, because they should be able to make quite a fair amount of money in a year. Apart from that, at national level again, we have got evidence from studies that if we produce in Malawi here 100,000 metric tons of seed cotton, for instance, we are able to generate 65 million United States dollars for the country. So that is a major contribution to the national purse or to forex earnings within the country. So it has got those significant impacts, as well as also impacting on employment creation. The 100,000 metric tons of cotton studies are showing also they're able to generate 40,000 at least jobs, not only by farmers, but specifically in the value chain, in the ginning, spinning, as well as textile manufacturing, and cut, make, and trim, processes that happen at the end of the value chain. So the more we produce cotton, I think the more we gain as a country, both at household level, at farm level, as well as at national level. But now, the technology that we have, the BT cotton, is the one that offers now the opportunity to achieve those aspirations because of the high yielding characteristics that it has, as well as the disease resistance, the pest resistance, and also, to some extent, the ability to resist drought and other effects that normally affect production. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Before we get a lot of disruptions from outside, I want to loop in the Director General of the National Commission for Science and Technology. We know that your commission is very important, not just in ensuring quality research, but also advising the government on matters, science, technology, and innovations. Could you please share with us the vision of your commission with regards to promoting science, technology, and innovations, particularly in the agricultural sector?
Yeah, thanks so much, moderator. Indeed, the commission was established with a mandate to advise government and other stakeholders on the application of science, technology, and innovation for wealth creation. The commission will continue, to provide the advisory role to ensure that, the application of science, technology, and innovation is really an enabler for national transformation, but it's also a key enabler in as far as the aspirations of the country of creating an inclusively wealthy and self-reliant nation are concerned. We have in mind, issues of maybe local production of seed. Possibly that would be one of the issues that the commission we also have the agricultural biotechnology on the table. So the commission will continue to provide the much needed support in as far as research, as far as development of technology, but also innovations, and even commercialization of the products of biotechnology in this case. The Commission will also continue to utilize the existing opportunities. We have heard from area speakers that Malawi is one of the countries that has got a very good policy and regulatory environment. Among others, we have the Science and Technology Act number 16 of 2003, and then we also have the Science and Technology Policy, of course, which is going to be reviewed very shortly. We have the Biosafety Act of 2002, Biosafety Regulations of 2007, among others. But we also have several guiding documents that provide standard operating procedures in as far as the application of science, technology, and innovation, particularly biotechnology, is concerned. For example, the trial manager's manual that we have, the inspector handbook that we have, but we have currently drafted a few regulations as well. For example, we have drafted the food and feed safety guidelines. We have also drafted the guidelines for genome editing. The Commission will continue to provide the oversight role to ensure that these drafted guidelines, they are enforced and they guide the application of biotechnology in the country. We also take the opportunity of us having a well-trained and motivated academia as well, in line with the aspirations of Malawi through MW 2063 of human and infrastructure capacity development. We are happy that currently the country has got biotechnology labs at University of Malawi, but also Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Sciences. And I'm also happy that one of these labs at Luana, for example, has been accredited as one of the labs that can be used to certify research in biotechnology in Africa. That's a plus, and we utilize that opportunity as well. Plus the new programs that are coming in the universities will ensure that we possibly leverage on those and build the capacity that we need in the area of biotechnology. In addition to that, the Commission will continue utilizing the good working arrangements that exist at national level. For example, we have the internal biosafety committees in place. We also have the regulators in place, the Environmental Affairs Department providing the regulatory role, and then we have the National Biosafety Regulatory Committee, we have the academia, and then the Commission. In addition to that, we have ministries of education and agriculture providing policy direction. So in summary, the Commission, the vision of the Commission is that possibly we should become one of the lead institutions in promotion of biotechnology-related research in Africa and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Professor Wanda as well as Cosmas Luanda. Very good submissions there. It is very clear that your commission has what it takes to really perform the duties that are associated with your mandate. So thank you very much. Let's appreciate all my panelists. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to now take it back to you. I know you could be having some questions to the panelists. This is the time that you should seek for clarifications and those burning questions that you've been having as we move towards the conclusion. So let me maybe get by a show of hands. If you have a question, then the mic will come to you. There is a question on that corner over there. There's another one over here. Okay, we can start with these two questions. Then I can pick another round. Over to you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Thomas Piata from Malawi Broadcasting Corporation. My first question, probably Professor Bokosi and of course John Lungu from Keaton. I think you can handle this one. I just want to appreciate, like currently we have issues of fewer BT cotton seeds on the market. Now I tend to wonder why the situation is like this when the trials were done by Luana just here, and I want to find out how best can we make sure that we multiply this BT cotton so that it is available to most farmers that are looking for the BT cotton, but also perhaps if you have any other strategies beyond exporting, rather importing from where we are importing the BT seeds. Secondly, Professor Migega, I just want to appreciate from you. We have quite a lot of myths on biotechnology. In our country, many people are not comfortable, with the biotechnology products, foods that are produced biotechnologically. So, from the Malawi 2063 agenda, how best are we addressing this issue so that people are able to adapt or to adopt biotechnology, but also to make sure that we go beyond cotton, which currently I think this is the only seed that we are producing biotechnologically. I don't know whether we have other seeds that we intend to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us bring the mic here so that we pick all the questions and then the panelists can respond. The mic here, and then we'll come to you. Over to you, sir. Push your question as briefly as you can.
Thank you very much. And I think it was good you gave me the mic after that colleague, because I think this is an issue which, as of now, we are struggling with policymakers, government, farmers complaining. We have tested the material, the same thing, BT cotton. And it's frustrating to see that the farmers are not moving ahead, basically because of the same seed being expensive. So it means a farmer wants to get into it has to have a little bit some investment, which most of our farmers may not manage. My question is, Cotton, you mentioned about doing some research. Is this an opportunity where you would link up with university to immediately solve this issue? Actually, this problem needed to be solved yesterday. And the same thing I want to ask ATTF, if this is an area of immediate intervention to show results, because from where we sit as National Commission for Science and Technology, when they asked us about impact, what has we done? You go on the ground, there's some strides, but here is the bottleneck. And I think we discussed somewhere in terms of a support system. You can't always rely on India, you can't rely on to get the seed. We need our scientists. So ATF, maybe this is where you can immediately assist, and through NCST with university and private sector. We all need to come together to solve this, like this issue yesterday. So seed is available at reasonable price, and therefore also increasing the production levels of cotton in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Emphasizing on the issue of supply and demand of seed. I'm sure my panelists here are preparing to handle that. Let's get the last question over there, and then I give the mic back to my panelists. Technical guys.
Okay, my name is Watipaso Mzungu. I'm a journalist with Nyasa Times. I would like to find out how much are we doing to take these technologies to the rural masses. Not necessarily translate into, I mean, they don't reach the people that matter most. I'm talking about the farmers at the grassroots. So how much are we doing to ensure that the rural farmers are benefiting from these research results? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A very important question there from Nyasa Times. What are we doing to take these technologies to the farmers? We've been sitting here the whole day talking about farmers. They might not be here, but what are we doing to make sure that these technologies get to them? So very briefly, I want to pass the mic back to the panelists. There were quite a number of questions. Please respond to these questions because they're cutting across panelists, and therefore I will not call names. I think we'll just go chronologically and let us respond to this as we conclude.
Thank you for the question, especially I will look at the question that was asked about the seed. What is it that is making it expensive? The first thing that can be done is to look at the whole value chain and see exactly where the interventions can be. But in the absence of knowing everything that happens between, because this seed is imported from elsewhere, between where it is made up to the time it arrives in Malawi, I would just comment to say that one of the issues that I suspect could be looked at is the building capacity to produce the seed here. Because if we have the seed here, there will be some issues about the transportation that can be cut off from where it is being produced to here. And also, I think if we are going to look at the process of producing it, we could also find what type of processes can best be done here to reduce the cost of the seed. So in general, I would say it would be good to identify the bottlenecks which are contributing to the seed cost, but at the same time, I believe that by taking the technology to Malawi and producing the seed from here, it might help to reduce the cost. I think I will deal with that, and my friend here can add from Cuton.
Cuton seeds.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. What Professor Bokos has said is right. Currently, the situation is that soon after we had released the BT hybrids in 2018 December, seed had to be imported in the country. And importation is expensive, for one thing. And secondly, just the seed production aspect of it is also so involving, because we involve smallholder farmers. Even in India, where it is coming from, we're involving smallholder farmers. And it is an industry on its own. And we have got to teach farmers how best they can produce the cotton seed. It's not just like any other farmer can produce seed. You don't wake up one morning and you are a seed producer of hybrid cotton seed. You have got to be trained. You have got to know the cotton plant, the morphology of the cotton plant, which is the male line, which is the female line, which is the male flower, this is the female flower. And when you are pollinating, you must be well informed what you are doing. And that process is a thing that it takes time. And this is what I said, that we started 3 years ago to capacitate farmers to make sure that they know what they're doing in the field. And we have come at a level this year that we are sure that we can start the seed production of hybrid in the country. And this is what we have started this year. Unfortunately, the floods have taken most of it in Lower Shire, but we still have got areas where the crop is still intact, and we want to upscale that going forward. So it's a phased process. We have started now producing it, but for us to meet the national demand, it will take maybe 2 or 3 years. But surely, it is there that we have planned, or we are producing the seeds within the country this time. So that will reduce the cost in a way. The major cost really was because the seed was coming by air freight, and air freight is very expensive as we know it, and all the logistics to transport the regulatory framework to transport the seed to Malawi was taking a lot of cost. But that will be cut off, and we'll see where we land in Malawi when we produce it in Malawi. But I can assure you that local production will indeed reduce the cost going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keaton Sid. There was one question directed to AATF. Yeah, if I can just summarize, I think there was a question around research and the technologies which come from research and leading to results, and particularly saying that yes, we have the technology, but it is not reaching the farmers. What is AATF doing to facilitate that process?
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, you do that research and you have the product. And your purpose is that that product should increase the productivity. And at AATF, we are very specific. We want that to increase the productivity of the smallholder farmers. So it simply means that as long as we have not involved the smallholder farmer in using that technology, as long as we have not empowered those smallholder farmers to access the technology and use it, then we have not yet reached the target that we wanted. And in our experience on the food crop, technologies that, is it here or our neighbor? Okay. Okay, I think I will shout a bit, yeah. What I want to say is our experience in working with the countries that have already adopted those technologies and where the farmers are using it, there are two things that we did, or a number of things. First of all, is to bring the knowledge to the smallholder farmer. Second, to get them the product, the seeds, to make them accessible to those farmers. And third, to build their capacity through a stewardship program which accompany their activities from planting to harvesting. And that enabled them to understand all the steps of that technology and appreciate the benefits that they are making by using this technology compared to when they were using traditional seeds, etc., inbred and non-improved ones. And that, of course, creates the understanding and the commitment to be purchasing those seeds and using them because they get a better profit. From what the Vice Chancellor, to come back to that, I think Ofab will bring all those experience in the exercise when the activities will start here in Malawi, and we will learn from those who started before us. And one of the things is how those technology can go down to those intended beneficiaries. From the Vice Chancellor, Luana, one of the things he alluded to is the partnership between the university and research center, like his institution, the private sector, like Houghton, and the research component, which need to be developed alongside, through that partnership, and be a vibrant component of the development of the technology and deployment of the same to the intended beneficiaries. This also is one of the things that AATF will help with, because we have that experience in creating, developing partnership between research institutions. Like in Nigeria, we work with an institution which is also attached to a university like yours, to bring in the private sector, like those seed producers, to bring in the farmers as part of that private sector, although they may not be big in the case that we use in Kaupi, and also bring in development partners who will provide other resources that may be required by the two major components. And this is meant to give the power to those key partners to master different steps in the value chain. From the breeder seed to the foundation seed to the certified seed, which will be now given. And then to somehow try to match the demand, the supply to the demand, so that the technology can be found really beneficiary. One of the lessons we learned also is that we need to develop stewardship along this to make sure that the product keeps the purity of the trait the way we wanted it. So there will be sometime samples taken again and brought back to the lab to see if we are still doing the things correctly. So all those, again, I will say that will be part of the package that AATF is very ready to support in terms of helping the key stakeholders here build that network of experts, of private sector, of institutions that could pattern into the production of the seed, the multiplication, and the distribution to the farmers. I thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Canisius Kanajire. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have to stop at this point so that we move to the concluding session. But we are going home with a very clear message. It came from the presentation during the day. It came from the minister. It has come from our distinguished panelists here that biotechnology provides a solution to part of the issues that we are facing. It may not be the silver bullet, but it comes in to contribute to the many solutions that we have. And if we embrace biotechnology, definitely we are able to achieve our aspirations, be it from the Malabo Declaration, the Maputo Declaration, the Malawi 2063. All those aspirations can benefit from the application of biotechnology. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stop it here. Appreciate my panelists in a very special way. Let us clap for them. They did well, and we appreciate you also for listening to us and also for persevering throughout the day. We really appreciate you. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless Malawi. God bless everybody in this, and God bless Ofab. Thank you. So I would like to request my panelists to take their seats as I ask Nancy Mushiri, who is the head of partnerships at AATF, to come and move a vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Willie. Thank you. Do not be afraid, people. I am going to be very, very unconventional with this vote of thanks. You know, we are in a hotel situation, and hotels are about business, and so there is a wedding next door, and these are young people. We cannot take their time, and we were supposed to be out of here by 6 o'clock. So allow me to be extremely unconventional, and just allow me to appreciate all of you, all of us for this day. We've had a wonderful day. We've had a very productive day, and I can tell you we go home very happy, and we have enjoyed your reception and your warm hearts. We confirm that you are warm-hearted people of Africa, and we are very, very welcome. And may I, on my own behalf, wish Ofab Malawi all the best. Allow me to close. We cannot do business without entertainment. It's not noise, it's entertainment and enjoyment by a group. And maybe let us disperse and join the Ofab Malawi team in a cocktail, enjoying a cocktail. I don't know where it is. It's right across. We have a cocktail right across, courtesy of Malawi Ofab. Let us go there and maybe we can continue discussions there. Thank you very much. God bless. Asanteni.
Thank you, Nasim Chiri. We still need a short prayer to pray for the fort so that we go with the God blessing. A short prayer, let's still get seated just for a minute.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you. We want to acknowledge your presence from morning to this hour. Father, we acknowledge that you are the Ancient of Days. From the very beginning, before the mountains were formed, before the earth and everything in it was formed, you were God and you remain God. You are God from everlasting to everlasting. We want to worship you, we want to bless you, and we want to magnify your name. In a special way, Father, we want to thank you for AATF, Ofab Malawi, and Father, we want to thank you for the Ministry of Education that is giving us a direction on policy. May the Lord God continue to guide our minister and all the staff in the Ministry of Education. Father, we also want to thank you for the leadership in the Ministry of Agriculture. And Father, we also want to thank you for the leadership in the National Commission of Science and Technology, led by our Professor Kaunda and our Director General, Professor Wanda. May the Lord God be glorified. May the Lord God be honored all the time. In the mighty name of Jesus, we thank you. Amen.
Thank you very much. We are going straight to the cocktail. Make sure you don't go home. Hang around. Let us share a drink to celebrate what we have achieved today. The cocktail will be in the main foyer.